Let me get everyone to take a seat. Let's go ahead and get started. I know so many of you have other appointments, and the main thing, of course, is that we get your testimony and everything in the record to help us do the report. I would ask that we silence these horrible little creatures called cell phones. And anyone who happens to leave his or her cell phone on and it goes off, $100 fine going to which arts organization do you want to? Here's Ms. Ash. And Oscar Persons, my goodness. Morning, sir. Nice seeing you, young man.
I think I better sit to your left.
I want you right here, please. Kathy and I were on the Food Bank board together for 6 years and 2 United Way boards, and we always sat together like this. So
I was always on the left.
I'm moderately right here. So thank you all very, very much for coming. This is, for me, having spent 6 years on the Arts Festival of Atlanta board, and then Kathy and I were on Joe Bankoff's board 5.5 years ago when we did the study on the arts. So this is very special to me. Let me just read something. Abby, I'll give you this. This is my formal testimony. America's nonprofit arts industry generated $134 billion in economic activity, including $24.4 billion in federal, state, and local tax revenues, according to the latest Americans for the Arts report. The report also estimates the overall economic impact resulted in 4.9 million full-time equivalent jobs, $89.4 billion in household income, $6.6 billion in local government tax revenues, $7.3 billion in state government tax revenues, and $10.5 billion in federal income tax revenues. My testimony. Ms. Ash, do you have any comments?
I'm delighted to be here.
Thank you, ma'am. Glad to see you. Our first witness is Mr. Joseph Bankoff. Isn't this fun? We can share, and he's... And Representative Bryce is joining us. He had the longest way to come. Kathy and I are not too far away. Which I also used to be on the board of.
Sorry. Studies indicate that the arts and arts learning may be able to uniquely boost learning achievement for young children, particularly children from disadvantaged circumstances and children needing remedial instruction. Arts engage kids in learning. Arts bring children to schools, and they keep them in schools. When our young audience programs are scheduled and in residence in the schools, the attendance goes up. Kids stay. Now, the importance of the arts in grades K to 12 in overall learning is not a mystery. It has been carefully studied and documented both in Georgia and elsewhere, and you will hear from others who have done that. The highest SAT scoring school year to year in Georgia is the John S. Davidson Fine Arts Magnet School in Augusta. It has been number one year in, year out. Now, these are not kids that are so carefully screened because about a third of these kids are qualified for free lunch. And the deal is not just that they're teaching the arts. The deal is if you want to play in the band, if you want to do the arts classes, you have to have a B average. So it's used as a piece of the glue, not just a piece of the education. And the success is not accidental. In Dodge, Dougherty, and Bibb counties, the addition of art programming funded by the Georgia Council for the Arts led to significant increases in standardized test scores. Elementary school students raised their reading and math scores anywhere from 6 to 23 national percentile points. So, the issue to be studied is not whether the arts make a difference. We know that they can and do. The real issue is why is Georgia not spending per capita what other states are spending on arts in their schools and in their states? Let me give you the bad news. Georgia spends about 43 cents per capita. That puts us 43rd nationally. It also puts us dead last in the southern states. Our nearest competitor is South Carolina, which spends twice as much and is 25th. So this is not a personal failing. This is not a good guy, bad guy problem. It is not a failing of teachers or parents or politicians. And it's not for a lack of interest by the students and the parents. It's not for a lack of support or resources or educational materials. The problems are systemic. They're not personal failings. And the fundamental issue is that the arts are simply not part of the public agenda. Let me repeat that. It's not that the public doesn't want it. It is that the arts as a category are not part of our public spending agenda. They're nice, they're important, but that's what private people ought to be doing. And thus the arts always wind up at the bottom of the list for public funding and at the top of the list for cuts when the budgets get tight. Now, the lack of significant public support for the arts, particularly arts and education, puts Georgia at a significant competitive disadvantage. We are in a worldwide competition for talent and for the higher-paying new jobs and businesses that talent attracts. 15 years ago, people stopped moving to where the jobs were. The jobs moved to where the people are. And so our ability to have a highly trained, capable workforce that is into problem solving, not just the technology, but has been engaged, that has graduated from high school, this is an important piece of our competitive marquee. This is not about supporting a hobby for those who are well educated and can afford to support their own artistic interests. It's about building the Georgia infrastructure for our workforce, our civic infrastructure for education and advancement, and erecting a marquee that says, you know what, Georgia is truly a collection of creative and energized communities. I don't mean just Atlanta. I mean throughout this state. We have pockets of excellence in the arts that are going on, that are starving because there isn't adequate support, there isn't adequate infrastructure. Now, some states have already taken initiatives. Let me give you a concrete example. The state of Arkansas has been very successful in implementing a policy to provide students with access to quality arts instruction across the state. The Arkansas governor, Huckabee, provided that by 2005-06, students in grades 1 to 6 must participate in at least 40 minutes of instruction in music and 40 minutes of instruction in art every week. Arkansas has also implemented the Future Art and Music Teachers pilot program that gives high school students, 11th and 12th graders, the opportunity to go instruct K to 6. Nothing teaches people faster. No learning experience is better than trying to teach others and getting engaged in the process. He's also implemented the A+ schools, but he didn't invent that. That actually started in North Carolina. The National Conference of State Legislatures hit the nail on the head. A thriving cultural scene is more likely to attract the highly coveted, very mobile knowledge worker. Knowledge has supplanted labor-intensive careers as the preferred path for economic development, and human capital has become the primary, the dominant determinant of the region's success. Now, wholly apart from education and economic development, the arts themselves are a very big business. It's an important engine for our state's economy, both the urban and rural communities. They feed industrial development and attract other businesses. About 2001, the Metro Chamber here in Atlanta did a study that showed consumers nationwide were spending about $37.40 per capita. Now stop with me for a moment. If we just assume that's going on in the arts, we're spending, say, $35 a person. Take the Georgia sales tax and figure out whether or not the arts are producing more in sales tax revenues than the state is providing in support for the arts that do that. More money is spent on tickets to performing arts and tickets to motion pictures or sports, and this trend is growing. Arts in Atlanta are about the 7th largest non-governmental employer, and by the Metro Chamber's calculation, this is the Chamber of Commerce, this is not the arts groups, they calculate that every dollar contributed to a nonprofit arts organization generates 13 additional dollars in economic impact. But this is not limited to Atlanta. That's been very important to a lot of rural development. Let me give you 2 specific examples in Georgia. The state of Georgia's $17 million investment in the Columbus Riverfront has completely revitalized that urban area. It has created a 246,000 square foot complex and established itself as the cultural center of that region, drawing more than 82,000 visitors from the surrounding areas in just its first 8 months. A smaller but even perhaps nicer example, Swamp Gravy. Colquitt, 15 years ago, trying to figure out how they could do something that would energize that community and create an economic base, came up with essentially an oral history project that turned into an effort that has revitalized that entire community. And they did that essentially themselves. The revenue generated with the theater production is now invested in the Colquitt Miller Arts Council to revitalize many of the downtown properties. We've seen what SCAD did to Savannah. We know the impact that the arts as a business can have. We see the same thing in Madison, Georgia with the summer festivals that are there. So you can see that what we're talking about is important in education, important in economic development, and important in terms of a business in its own right. Now let me get to the shameless commerce portion of my presentation at the Woodruff Arts Center. This center is a roughly $750 million institution. It has been built without a dime of public money. It gets about, or a little bit less than 3% of its annual $70 million budget for its 4 divisions out of public funding, all in. Fulton County Council of the Arts, everything else. We house 4 extraordinary artistic divisions. The Atlanta Symphony Orchestra and Chorus, which has accumulated over 23 Grammys for its recordings and appeared twice by invitation last year in Carnegie Hall. That's more Grammys than anybody else in Georgia. We had the black tie dinner to celebrate. It's us and So Deaf. The Alliance Theater, which has premiered works from Driving Miss Daisy to The Color Purple as musicals, both of which went on to Broadway, both of which won Tony Awards. The High Museum of Art, which has over 40,000 household memberships throughout Georgia, has created a space worthy of this new 3-year exhibition, unprecedented, with the Museum du Louvre in Paris. And Young Audiences, which is the single largest provider of in-school educational arts programming, delivering over 7,000 programs annually to students across Georgia. The Woodruff Arts Center and its divisions have formed a center for the arts that reaches far beyond Atlanta. My study, as I have gotten into this, shows that the combination of the programs offered by the various divisions, the 4 divisions, and the in-service training which we offer, provides an access to where our programs, in one way or another, touch children in school nearly 1 million times a year. Over the last 5 years, the count is about 5.8 million in more than 116 counties. Now, part of this is the parade of the yellow buses that come to us, but a large part of it is the programs that we make available. In the course of the summer, for example, the Heim Museum had an intensive program for teachers to come up and learn how they could use what was going to be a 3-year run of the museum exhibits from Paris to teach language arts, to teach history, to teach French, not just art, not just the art itself, but to use that in the curriculum. We hold teaching institutes and have provided over 48,000 hours of teacher instruction in the last 5 years. So we invest about $5 million each year in better education for the children of Georgia. Now, community arts organizations, large and small, are essential partners in this effort. All across the state, they provide countless hours to stimulate and complement the important contributions that the arts make to education, to teacher training, to training teachers in the arts, and to showing how arts can enhance learning in other subjects. Moreover, community arts organizations provide the venues for students to participate in real-life art experiences. This is not just about what's happening in Midtown. This is about enabling what can and is happening around the state. And it's about providing the support to make those things happen. Now, the various programs of the Woodruff Center are aided by generous private support from donors and foundations. But let me just point out that last year we received $8.3 million in our annual corporate support campaign, led by Mr. Jacobs. During the same time, we received grants from the state of Georgia totaling less than $250,000 of our $70 million budget. Now, while the Woodruff is the largest center for the arts in the entire Southeast, we are not alone in the problems created by the lack of public funding. Art organizations all across Georgia are doing a remarkable job in the absence of significant public funding. But all arts organizations are suffering from a lack of meaningful public funding support. We're encouraged by all the words of support and understanding and appreciation and all of that. But arts organizations around Georgia who are too small to send people to this hearing or to your conferences around the state because they can't take a meeting are struggling to make things happen in their communities. And if we can find a way to meet those needs, we are doing something not just for the arts organization. We are enabling community buy-in. We are enabling local initiative. We are enabling a development of what will matter to them in their communities. And places like the Woodruff can provide infrastructure and support and resource and material and background, but the energy, the focus, needs to be local. We simply do not have a choice. If we do not find the political resolve to raise the issue of funding of arts in our schools as an essential element of our civic agenda, equal in importance to funding our roads and our sewers, we'll simply coast downhill. We need to meet and define what this state is and what it's going to be. We are not going to be the low-cost assemblers of automobiles. The world really is flat. What we have here are remarkable assets for innovation, for creativity. We have 5 of the world's finest research institutions. And our ability to hold on to what we've got and to build from that strength is going to be important. And if we don't define our role in the global competition, we will leave as our legacy children who are not well prepared to thrive in that new world. Now, I said this is a systemic problem. It's not a matter of personal fault. No one wants our children to fail or drop out of schools because they can't read or because they're not engaged. Nor are the arts a fix for all the problems. There is not a silver bullet in this story. But the absence of significant public funding to enable the arts in our schools means that we have not enabled this critical tool for education and the advancement of our communities. So what solutions would I suggest to this systemic problem? I believe a systemic problem requires a systemic response. The first step is to admit we have a problem and to look to see how we can move to address it in a practical way over time. We cannot fix things overnight. I also believe that we need to see how we can link together the existing efforts that are now going on, really terrific efforts that are going on here, they're going on all around the state to strengthen and encourage the fine efforts that are taking place in the absence of significant public funding. Second, we need to strengthen the arts in our schools through funding grants to particular schools that show both the appetite and the initiative to deliver meaningful arts programs. We need to set standards for the arts in the schools and provide professional arts administration expertise to both the Georgia School Board and the Georgia Council for the Arts. At the same time, we need to support efforts in our schools of higher education to further develop and teach methods for education K-12 that use the arts as a tool. This means funding for the enrichment and professional development of existing teachers, as well as the next generation of teachers. So, that's the education piece. Third, we need to build and strengthen the physical and technology infrastructure needed for arts and arts education. We need to consider public investment in facilities for the arts in Georgia the same way we look at investment in other incentives for new industries that would locate in Georgia. We need to be prepared to make the investment, but we should demand a return on that public investment. We need to invest in facilities and technology that will both attract businesses and enable access to the arts and arts education, and we need to put the investment in the projects that will have the highest returns. So, arts education, second piece, infrastructure. Finally, we need to invest in supporting the operations of arts organizations, which are making meaningful contribution to the state's efforts to advance education, economic development, and tourism. These are operating grants in addition to our direct investments in the schools and education and separate from the support of the major public funding for facilities and infrastructure. It's real simple. If we don't support the organizations that present the arts cannot support Georgia. Now, the next step for the Woodruff Arts Center, and we believe is the next great step for the state of Georgia, is to build for this state a world-class center of music. This is a piece of the critical arts infrastructure I was talking about, and will have performance spaces worthy of and available to the best musicians of all kind, including our Atlanta Symphony Orchestra, but will include and celebrate student musicians across Georgia. The Music Center would house a new state-of-the-art center for learning with interactive and distance learning capabilities that will vastly expand our ability to support the arts and education. We look forward to providing not only distance learning in communities around the state and a center for professional development, but also to support new programs, and the new programs now at Georgia Tech in music technology and innovation computers. The College of Computing at Georgia Tech is dealing exactly at the interface between people and computers. And how music gets delivered, apart from the lawyer noise and the copyright issues, is a lot of technology questions. Trust me, broadband is coming to the state not because we think it's a good idea or it's great public policy. It's coming here because of music and video and the entertainment side that drives this thing. So, having wrestled with the telecom issues, having wrestled with the issues of public policy relating to getting access to this system, just having a high-speed T1 line plugged into the side of a school isn't going to do anything by itself. You've got to have the infrastructure, which means the curriculum. You have training for the teachers. You've got to have a system that actually takes projects, initiatives, and moves it in a way that is both measurable, so you can see that you're getting something for what you're paying for, but also ties together the infrastructure, the local arts organization, the local initiative, and our operating support. A project like our new Symphony Center simply cannot happen without state support. We have built what we have in a way that brought us through another generation. But the states and the places we're competing with who are building these new centers have done so with generally about a third of the cost being publicly funded. Columbus, the $17 million, roughly a third of what that project cost in Columbus. And the centers in Dallas, Miami, Los Angeles, Philadelphia now exist because they received that kind of public support. And it isn't the thing that pays for the whole thing. It's the thing that says this is an important public commitment of this state to this category, to this vision of development, and to our marquee value. I believe the state of Georgia should make a commitment to support the arts in education, in infrastructure, and in operations. This is not a short-term fix. It will require, frankly, a 10, 20-year commitment to growth and investment in excellence. It will require a practical approach that builds on our existing strengths in Georgia and taps the energies, the skills, and excitement of teachers, students, and parents that are already waiting to be enabled. It will require consistent leadership and long-term focus and making Georgia a center for creativity and excellence, believed in by our own people. If we don't believe in it, why do we think anybody else is going to believe it? And capable of attracting the talent, the business, and the tourists that we seek for all around the world. The model I have in the back of my mind, I don't have any particular formula to this, but it's built around the notion of something like the Georgia Research Alliance, which stopped the wars between the various universities. It would be a public-private alliance for the arts related to education and economic development. There's a time when we all know that we have to get organized, and I am trying and working with a number of the arts leaders here to see if the arts organizations can stop shooting at each other long enough to get something done. That's the objective. But we have to have some help from the state and from the leadership of the state that says this is an important part of the public agenda. There aren't going to be any simple fixes. There's a piece for education. There's a piece for infrastructure development. There's a piece for tourism and economic development. But we have to look at it as a piece of the whole problem, the systemic issue. We either make the arts a tool and a friend for our efforts to build the economic development of this state, improve the quality of our education as well as the quality of our lives, or we pass. And the world will notice. I believe we can set a table at which the problems we're talking about can be solved. It's important to assure a fair distribution of funding across the state and to provide additional funds to those now allocated the Georgia Council for the Arts. Please understand, we don't need to raid the left hand or the right hand to fix a problem. This is not about labels. It's about additional incremental support. Together, I think we can achieve and raise Georgia's education system as well as our own position on the world stage. 10 years after a decade-long effort to bring the Olympic Games to Atlanta and to Georgia, we need to renew our public commitment to excellence and to innovation. We need to honor the heroic efforts of private individuals. Bernie Marcus has done a wonderful thing with this aquarium, but that is one man with a vision. What we need to do is to set a public goal of elevating our schools and the improvement of our public base of support for creative businesses whose ability to innovate cannot be exported or outsourced to cheaper places around the world. There is, at the Kennedy Center in Washington, facing the river, a series of quotes about the arts from President Kennedy, one of which is, there's a historical connection between advancements, great advancements in civilization and civic advancement, and advances in the arts. He points out the age of Elizabeth was the age of Shakespeare, that the age of the Medici in Italy was also the age of Leonardo da Vinci. We have an opportunity here, and we are judged around the world when people are trying to decide businesses or whether they're going to move a large convention here on the what's to do factor, by what we are doing and how we do it. I think together we can make a commitment to put the arts as a tool, not just as a thing by itself, as a tool for education, a tool for economic development, a tool for tourism, on our agenda in a way that is meaningful here. But I will tell you, with public leadership and financial support joined with private support, we cannot fail in achieving this goal. But we cannot afford to. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Joe. You talk about 43 cents per capita. What do we spend on arts education per student in the public schools of Georgia?
Well, I think the total allocation that is given to the Georgia Council for the Arts is a little short of $4 million. I think it's like $3.8 million. And I don't know what the divisor is, but I'm sure that Susan probably... How much?
And does that get distributed equally so that we can say, if I'm a fourth grader in Georgia the part of QBE that goes to my arts education is blank.
No, it's awarded in grants. The Georgia Council of the Art, the chair is here and will testify for you, has a distributed membership, and that board votes on awarded grants. That's how the Woodruff gets a grant of about $80,000 for the Alliance Theater and another $80,000, I think, for the High and for the Symphony. But they also make grants typically in the range of $25,000 to $50,000, but I believe they're made mostly to the school districts, not to individual schools.
And my question is, as a state, do we put a particular amount of money into the DOE to go to local systems for arts education?
I don't know the answer to that.
May I answer your question?
Sure.
Thank you, Representative. The Department of Education funds, to my knowledge, only full-time equivalency support for arts instructors, teachers. It gives the Department of Education gives no direct funding for residencies, for teacher training, professional development, for any of the other things that Joe spoke of. The total budget from GCA in allotment of our dollars has never exceeded $500,000 to arts education grants. All of GCA's grants are competitive. So the money does not go in arts education to that county.
I wanted to respond to the cost per child within schools. And
Could you identify yourself?
I'm Carol Henry from the University of Georgia, and I'll be
Thank you,
speaking
Carol.
later. My understanding is that the state funds one art, music, or PE teacher for every 600 students at the elementary level, and it's up to the individual school districts which teacher is hired with state funding.
Would you please repeat that?
One art, one music, or one PE teacher
Or.
for every 600
That's an
students.
or.
Or. You have a choice between, for every 600 kids, you have a slot, and it can either be for PE,
Versus-
arts, or...
That's right, at the elementary level. And the decision is made by the local school districts, and if they have money in tax base, they may choose to add to that, but obviously there's not equity.
What about high school and middle school?
I'm not sure of the exact statistics on that, but I think they are funded, but I'm not sure.
Does the DOE have a person on staff who is the coordinator of the arts in Georgia?
Not at this time. There had been a position, I think that was eliminated.
And additionally, the arts have been left out of the development of the new performance-based standards.
Thank you very much. I needed to get all that on the records. Now let me ask another very close to my heart question, because it's in the 56th House District. We've just learned that the state of Maryland is going to spend about 50% of the cost of the new Strathmore Center in Bethesda. Public funding is something you just talked about for the music center. What would you consider an appropriate percentage of the cost for public funding, particularly the state of Georgia, to fund for our new center?
Well, I think that we have been talking with obviously a lot of people about this. My view is that none of the centers around the country have been built with less than about a third altogether, but it's not just the state piece. Philadelphia included local, Philadelphia as well as the state. I have met with the governor, and as you're all very familiar, the governor wants to make sure there's local skin in the game, so I've talked with the mayor and talked with Greg Gianelli about what Atlanta's contribution should be. But all in, we would expect to try to raise about a third of what we need to do. We've raised about $111 million at this moment with the vision that we had, and those were basically $03 with $03 costs. We're neither in 03 nor are we living with those costs. So the issue becomes one of how do we find a way to energize what we have as a vision for improving not only a marquee event place in Atlanta, but enabling the technology piece, the reach piece that I was talking about, and we are going to have to look at what it takes to get that done. But I cannot see how we can do this. I cannot see how we can do this with less than about a third.
Let me just ask, I mentioned Dallas, Miami, Los Angeles. Do you have any stats on what was put into those?
I can get you some more detailed numbers. Basically, the most recent of that is the Los Angeles. The hall that was built out there was basically a $325, $340 million project, of which you had the city county was about, and the state was about a third. It's interesting that they make about $1 million a year in renting the audio tapes for people that come wander around the architecture of that building.
And I have one other on the, go ahead, Bill.
Mr. Chairman, just for comparison's sake, the Miami Performing Arts Center, which opened about a month or so ago, was a $450 million project. It's two halls, a concert symphonic hall and a hall for dance, popular music, whatever. The Mayor Franklin and I toured it early this year and talked to the director. They built all of it, with the exception of about $60 to $70 million with money from the city of Miami and Dade County. So $360 million or so in public funds built that facility.
Does Miami-Dade County have a special fund for the arts, or can that come out of general operating budget?
I'd have to go back. I don't remember where the funding came
I
from.
think there may be some sort of metro funding source.
Yeah, did they have a tab?
They had a tab. They had a taxing district for it. Miami-Dade, as you know, is the single governmental entity. An interesting thing has just happened in Cleveland. Actually, two things. One is Miami-Dade does not have an orchestra. Okay, they have built this hall. They don't have an orchestra. They are borrowing the Cleveland to come down there for a 6-week residency. The Cleveland is so excited about this they can hardly stand it, because the first thing they did is set up a development office for all the retirees from Cleveland that are down there to raise money, which is going to be very successful. The other thing that Cayuga County did in this last election, this is where Cleveland lives, is pass a $0.015 sales tax on every cigarette. That's 25 cents a pack, dedicated to supporting arts in Cayuga County. We have the Mayor's Commission, Penny McPhee and a group of people, Bill's on that, looking at what are the local sources of potential revenue for the operation and capital structures. How do we solve the problem? Because it's not the state does it all. The state is required to give leadership to make sure that you get things done, and frankly to make sure it's fairly distributed around the state. I repeat myself. The interest we have is not limited to building great buildings in Midtown Atlanta. I'm here not just to advocate for the center, but to advocate for Georgia, because this is not something that is going to be limited to or attracting only or helpful to only the people in Atlanta. This is a critical issue of infrastructure for the state as a whole, and it's a matter of doing some additional funding so that the people in Colquitt, in Madison, in all of the various little communities where you have efforts, that you can take what is being struggled now with. They go out and they raise money. I mean, you've seen all this. We're not supposed to do it, I suspect, but there's a lot of bills that go through the legislature to raise band uniforms. Okay. The issue for me is not how we just make it look good on a football Friday night. The issue is how do we put instruments in middle schoolers' hands? How do we provide a basis of instruction and make sure that's happening all around the state? Because we have pockets of excellence here. Robert McDuffie's mom, great violinist from Georgia, teaches piano in Cochran. 3 of her students are extraordinary that I've had a chance to interchange with. So what I'm telling you is this is not just about Midtown. This is about doing something as a leadership statement for what Georgia is and how we see ourselves. Because if we're going to try to merchandise ourselves as a tourist attraction, the governor's asked me to serve on the Tourist Foundation. I've agreed to do that. If we're going to try to take the economic development piece we want to do, these all are part of the same puzzle.
Chairman Rice,
Question?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for coming. I've enjoyed the Hallelujah Chorus down it's a wonderful thing. I mean, you mentioned 43. It's your comparison, so I expect that you'll probably want to answer this question. The 43 cents per capita that you mentioned?
That was correct.
What should it be in your estimation?
Well, in the chart I've given you, there's a little box score that basically says if we were to spend, Florida I think spends a little over $2. 165. I think my hope would be, frankly, that we would find a way, and there may be some suggestions eventually I can offer to you, find some revenues, but I think what I would be looking for is incrementally something in the nature of about $12 million to the 3.5 or 4 that's already invested in the Georgia Council for the Arts. Because I think what will happen is if we can put some seed corn out there so that, say you have local initiative and you have a true believer in a school that wants to do something and they're able to raise $1,500, $2,000, and we match that 3-to-1 for 3 years for a project that would be directed at kids in an age-appropriate way to do something that we could measure and bake that off across the state so it's fairly distributed and best ideas, we will find that we will enable the true believers to go do something. And then what will happen is people will look and say, golly, if that school's got one of those things, why doesn't my school have one of those things? And that phenomena will cause the phones to ring everywhere. And I believe that we can set a pattern with some leadership by getting things started in a way that is, there's no quick fix. I don't really think we can drop a flag and cause everything to happen. But I think if we enable the efforts that are now being made by people who are prepared to put some local leadership and local skin in the game and reach to get resources from people that can help them do that, and our center's one of them, but it's only one of them, then we will find a way to make a difference. That's the piece of enabling education.
So, just as I'm slow on this, must be really sodden today.
It's a rainy day.
The 3X number that you mentioned, the 12 million, 16 million effectively versus 4 million, that basically raises the per capita number to $1.29 per person. And you list the southeast states, and I think that's appropriate. You know, the comparison in per capita base is to me a little large in terms of the sample size.
Sure.
Because our state's supremely different than Florida is in terms of the.
Florida's not like anything else on earth.
Well, 28 million people down there. We got 8 billion going to 9 in Georgia, and really different demographics. Really heavily different demographics from the standpoint of geography and things like that, and just the makeup of our people. So I don't know. I'm wondering if the per capita way of looking at things is a fair way to look at it. And the question that really comes out is would it not be a better way to look at this thing is to say, what's the need? I mean, how much is the need? I mean, what's the cost of the need? And I think therein lies the problem, because I sit on the advisory board for the Gwinnett Philharmonic, and my daughter runs the Association of Children's Museums in Washington, right? So if I said that I could get money for the Children's Museum down here and across Georgia and the Gwinnett Philharmonic, I'd be happy as a duck. But that's the problem you've got, I think, in terms of being able to try and separate out where the money would be most appropriately used. Do you agree with that? I mean,
Well, I think
you're having trouble doing it yourself.
No, I think you put your finger on a very important point. The first thing is that the arts organizations among themselves generally don't agree on what the needs are, what the priorities are, how to get anything done. That is just endemic to their passion in their particular form of the art. I was not hired into this job because I have any particular artistic expertise. I'm basically a process freak. But what I will tell you is that you have to develop a process in which you say, okay, as a matter of public policy in this state, if this counts, what does it take to move the needle? And you look at income, what are the outcomes and the end results that you want? And we don't need to drain the swamp to be able to celebrate pockets of excellence that we now have. We need some money to be able to do that. I'd like to do, for example, the Woodruff Center salutes excellence in the arts all around the state. I want to take a page right out of the Kennedy Center Honors and move it to this sort of thing so that we recognize what we've got here and celebrate that. Because I think raising the visibility by itself would be a help. Because we have to change the marquee value of how we see ourselves in the state in order for others to see this state in a way that's different for economic development. Given that premise, then you have to put your money where it's going to make the most difference. And now I put my shameless commerce hat aside, but I will tell you that if we funded all of the schools in this state that grant Bachelor of Science degrees at exactly the same amount, we wouldn't have Georgia Tech. So you have to focus on the fact that there are some places where there are pieces of infrastructure or pieces of marquee that will have a tourism feedback. You know, if we spread that aquarium all across the state, it'd be a quarter-inch deep, but it wouldn't get anybody to come see it.
So the model that you would, I just don't put any words in your mouth, but the model that you're advocating is that every project ought to be viewed in terms of its educational, economic, and whatever the third one was,
right,
quotient.
I think
each one ought to be assigned a quotient effect by somebody.
Well, I think among all of these elements I mentioned, I said let's start with the important thing first. It's education. It's education because from a pure artistic point of view, we're talking about people who are the next generation of people who understand and enjoy the arts and can grow with them. It's education because it is one of our sore points in terms of trying to merchandise our state and all the great capacities we have. And so among all of these, education, I think, is the highest priority in terms of early returns for investment. Mm-hmm. But some of the pieces that enable the education are infrastructure. Part of it is research. One of the things that's happened is the public foundations years ago started giving out a lot of money to start not-for-profits. You know, the Children's Museum's a really great example, which was a great idea except for one little problem, and that was they were not sustainable models. They started things, but they don't want to give money for operations or they don't want to give for the infrastructure backup. So that we haven't done a lot of research into how that, what is the demonstration effect here? What's the public policy choices that you have to make in your role? And so I can tell you we have studies that have been done just periodically, like every 5 years somebody else rolls out another study on economic development or another study on impact or why it works in education. But if you set up a system that will assure the distribution of a pot of money to enable local initiatives around the state, and you set it up so that there's some sort of a competitive bake-off, it would be competing against various kinds of ways in which people would say, I have a project here, I want to create a flute band. I have a project here, I want to put together enough money to take the band up to be in a competition, or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. You can set some objectives around your vision of what the policy is.
It's not a question. The people who support the arts in Georgia, I mean, that could be anybody from sitting on a beach chair in Piedmont Park to being down at the Woodruff Center or the Hyde Museum or somebody like that. Is there any work ever been done on patron profiling?
Oh, yes.
And taking patron profiling to a level that says, and I have no idea how many people attend all this stuff. I mean, you'd have to go around and try and figure that out. But the idea would be, I mean, what you're talking about here is if you wanted $12 million additional dollars, you're talking about $1.50 from each person, living body and per capita in Georgia. And so the question would be, that seems like a relatively small amount for patrons to generate themselves. Why wouldn't that, not just I'm talking about ticket money, I'm talking about, soliciting their participation. And I know you do that because you call me about that.
Absolutely.
I just happen to give mine to Gwinnett Philharmonic.
That's grand.
The point is that I guess what I'm looking for is to say that the people who experience the value ought to be willing to support the value. And I don't know what that population is, and I don't know how willing they are. Is there any work that's been done on that?
We do have studies on patrons and patron profiles. We have people that spend a lot of time basically trying to raise the money from patron believers. And we have the largest, the Woodruff Center campaign at $8.3 million is the largest corporate campaign of an arts center in the country. The Lincoln Center, with all of its divisions there, in its corporate campaign, I'm not talking about the campaign for each of the divisions, I'm talking about the Lincoln Center, like our Woodruff campaign, raises about $4 million. Our corporate support in this town is extraordinary, and the individual gifting is extraordinary. The problem with depending on that is that in many instances you have a lot of communities in the state that do not have the same economic resources to begin with. And so the Woodruff survives and does what it has done on private funding to build the institution, from the foundation support, by very generous contributions of individuals. That part is not in disarray. It has been working very well, and it has been led by extraordinary corporate leadership in this town. The problem is we don't have that same ability to raise money all around the state, nor do we have the ability to fairly make sure it gets distributed for helping education. This is what I meant when I said this needs to be part of the public spending agenda.
Okay, but you would not, on that basis, you would not advocate for a regionalized spending plan necessarily.
No, I think what you would have to do is to figure out a way that is politically acceptable, and I recognize this is an area that I lack expertise in, but that would basically say what we want to do is enable the true believers in communities that are willing to support it with some money of their own, local skin in the game, with local leadership, to figure out what they want to do that fits their view of their particular needs.
Matching grant type of a thing.
Exactly. Well, and not just matching. I think it'd have to be 3 to 1, but something like that.
Whatever it is, yeah.
But that would be a way in which you could begin to see how do we enable the strength that we already have to thrive. It isn't that we don't have that. I mean, a lot of schools have art teachers because the PTA, by gosh, goes out and raises the money to do it. That's the reason they have it. But, you know, that puts a very hard burden on people who are oftentimes not in a uniformly able position to do it, coupled with the fact that, frankly, I don't see why, for example, we have made heroic efforts in Atlanta to deal with our sewers and our water supply, which has been badly neglected for years, to the tune of about $3 billion. All right. If we can spend $3 billion out of the public till to fix water and carry our sewage, what can we spend to carry our dreams? It is not hard to figure out that until this becomes part of the public agenda, with public leadership and some support, I'm not talking about all support, we raise less than 40% of our gate off of tickets. The rest of it has to come out of what we earn in endowments, but by funds that have been given and other things, so that the public funding piece is the piece that makes the difference between having sort of okay spotty arts around the place, where you have really good stuff, but you got a lot of places that don't have access to it, and saying that this is an important piece of our public policy in this state, that we are going to be a state of creativity, a state of innovation, that we are going to have work-ready people. We are, in fact, going to have people that know how to problem solve. And about a third of our kids come to school that are ready to read. Okay, they're going to learn to read no matter what we do to them in school. But about a third of our kids are not. And it's not that they're dumb, it's that they're wired differently. And in that population section, 2 of whom are my own kids, the arts are a critical part of the development of that child, both in terms of fine motor skills and logic and sequencing and all this other stuff, but also in terms of who they are as a person. They can be part of the glue that holds kids into school. So that's not a panacea, but it's a tool that we have not really begun to use in a way that's important.
Another question. I appreciate you standing up here.
I'm happy to
take this stuff. The political reality is but I asked this question down in Savannah. I just want to get your perspective on it too. The political reality, at least in my district, is one that says if you're going to spend money on the arts, you better find a way to control the content. In my district, my guess would be if I put out a survey or poll, one type or another, that something by Mapplethorpe would probably not score very high.
I would assume not.
And so the question is, when you start, let's separate out the educational side from the performing arts side or the other types of arts type of thing. When you start that, then you got to have, at least from my perspective, some way of managing content. What would you say to that?
It really is a conundrum. You will recall the Giuliani fuss over whatever that was at the Brooklyn Academy. I have always said, in fact, when we were all together at the arts thing, I'm not smart enough to figure out the winners and losers. There's a Darwinian aspect to the arts. What people like survive. What they don't like don't survive. The political need for cover when something is going to happen that basically is trying to show that we are helping the state as a whole as an institution, but not taking responsibility for any of the art content, is a difficult thing. I think there are a couple of ways you can manage that process, which basically protect the ability to support arts as an institution without necessarily embracing any particular outcome. One of the ways is basically because you make competitive grants, which means that you have a public group other than the elected officials that are like the GRA. I think the decision about whether they're going to spend 2 distinguished professors in this area instead of that area, that's the chairman of Total Systems that's leading that board that's going to help make that decision. And so you can provide a mechanism that really does get public input as to what's going to be acceptable for public support. But you also want to stay clear of trying to manage the content. Any more than you don't want to be associated with it, you don't want to select it or be in the business of trying to choose it, because what happens then is you get in the business of trying to be the arbiter of taste, and that's a very difficult slope. So I would find that there are mechanisms that have been used that can solve that problem. The real issue, as far as I could tell, is the political reality, as you're describing it, is, by God, why can't those people have enough money to go buy what the hell they want and leave us alone? And the answer is that the people that we need to deliver the art to, the investments that we're making in the future, are not the 50-year-old patron. They're the 6-year-old kid. And if we don't have a system that has an infrastructure that can deliver that in a way that is useful, not competitive, not displacing the teacher, then we're wasting a generation. And the output of that is a legacy that creates the problem that we're talking about when we talk about digital literacy and 2 Georges.
My guess would be, going back to the educational side of this, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, Tom, please.
Going back to the educational side of this, my guess is if I walked out the door and took a poll of 10 people on the street out here and asked them what encouraged improved performance in SAT scores, my guess is that art would probably not perk to the top of the list. That would be my guess. In fact, I'm pretty darn sure that would be the case. Math and science, all the rest of that sort of stuff would perk up to that level. And so the question is, this study by Ms. Rupert that's mentioned in here, are there other studies that confirm the results?
There are. Actually, you'll have people who are more competent than I am to talk to you about that. But there are a bunch of studies. This is not a mystery. You might get a different answer from people on the street, but I will guarantee you if you go to any college of education and you talk to anybody in the research side and you ask them what creates the whole learning environment and what will make a difference, holding kids in the way they learn, you will find that the arts play a significant role. You remember what you went to the blackboard to write because you got involved. Getting up in front of the room and doing stuff like this causes people to get engaged. It is the interactivity, among other things in the arts, that are part of that stimulus. And it doesn't really matter whether it's music or graphic arts or finger painting or what. It is the ability to interact and define yourself as a person. So I think that we assume that the arts are part of this nice to have. You know, you get patted on the head, gee, I'm glad you're doing this, it's a wonderful thing to do. But I got to tell you, I didn't do this job because I'm just passionate about the arts, which I am. I admit to that. I do this because it is absolutely clear to me we are at an inflection point in this state and in this community, the region, going back to when we had the Regional Arts Task Force. And, you know, we either have to find a way in which we say we are a center of creativity and innovation, consistent with our investments and the high returns we have gotten out of our research universities in the K-12. We have to put that same kind of focus there. Because if we don't plant, we're not going to reap. And we are right now losing about 30 to 35% of our kids who do not finish high school. And so, to the extent this is glue that holds kids in, I don't mean that somehow studying music theory is going to turn them into math whizzes. But I've talked with Dean Alford, whose son is at Georgia Tech, and Dean strongly believes that kid is there because he got into music. Now, that may be right or wrong. Phil's got his stories, I've got my stories, but I just have to tell you, there is data that supports it. We are not talking about that. The issue is not whether this makes a difference. The issue is whether Georgia is going to help make it make a difference.
I appreciate that. I do remember my music teacher from elementary school. Her name was Miss Harding.
Yep.
She had a baton, but she also had a ruler.
Whack!
I learned in spite of my proclivities. Thank you. Appreciate you answering my sense.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Do with the whole theory of having a grants-based model of arts education versus the state making a commitment to arts education through the Department of Education, through teacher involvement, through the state helping buy supplies for arts institutions in schools, versus, I guess my worry is the folks who don't understand the value of the arts because they haven't experienced them. And so if it's grant-based, are they going to have the wherewithal to apply for a grant that they don't understand the value of for their long-term ability to keep people in school?
I think that's an excellent question, Kathy. Here's my problem. At the moment, we do not have any standards in our education for requirements of art. I met yesterday with the superintendent of schools and talked with her about this whole issue. No, Georgia, Department of Kathy. And talked with her about it. And it's a little bit of a chicken and an egg problem. Until we have the funding to provide that, there isn't much point sticking requirements in there which are unfunded mandates. On the other hand, I agree with you that there ought to be some baseline that is put in there that is across the board. I don't disagree with that. And I'm not at this moment saying that it shouldn't go through the Department of Education and instead the Georgia Council of the Arts. I don't know what is the correct political solution. I'm looking for end results. If we do the competitive models, in my judgment, we enable the clusters of true believers that are out there to surface and do something that will become visible. And I'm counting on what I call the Georgia high school phenomenon. If their school's got one of those, why doesn't our school have one of those? We reorganized a lot of things around that. So that may not be the panacea, but it may be the way to get started to do some things. If, in fact, it is the judgment that it is politically it's fairer, it's more adept to put a requirement in and fund a spend across the entire state, I wouldn't fuss about that. I'm just looking for ways to get to the end result in which right now, unless your PTA is willing to raise the money to put art teachers in your elementary school, you don't have them. And that seems to me to be an unworkable result. unless you happen to have had some contact with one of the programs that teach teachers how to be effective in using the arts in their classroom, you don't know how to do that. We need to fix that piece of the infrastructure, and we need to make the funding available to do that, however you think works best.
And it may be a combination of both approaches, but I worry a lot about the school that doesn't have the PTA to fund the arts.
Which is
and
why I said...
maybe doesn't even know how to write the grant to be a part. My second question is that when you talk about, I understand, number one, we got to recognize there's a problem. I think I'd put in a different order your priorities.
Okay.
Because I think without local arts organizations around the state, we can't do the education piece and the infrastructure piece. And so I think I'd put your number 4 as my number 2.
Okay.
That we got to find a vehicle to support arts organizations from the tiniest, just beginning of an idea to one as powerful and strong as yours. Because I think the other pieces don't really work unless there is that quilt across the state of arts organizations that provide that local ability to provide art to everybody who lives there. So just for thought. And then my third question is, last year there was a proposal for a trust fund that was floated. What's your view of that proposal, and how would it impact what you're talking about today?
I'm still thinking about my view of that proposal. I celebrate its objectives. I think that the idea of trying to raise money for the arts is an important and a good thing. Susan has been at some pains to explain to me why this works from a tax advantage point of view. My fear, and that's why I say I'm a little hesitant about it right now, is that it operates under the assumption that people will double up their contributions instead of cutting them in half to have more tax effect. I was talking with Steve Berman this morning, who's my accountant, and I said, all right, help me understand this. And basically, there is a much more effective and efficient tax gift in terms of a tax credit, but it still is incrementally more dollars after taxes. So I worry that there is as much incentive in tight economies for people to split the gifts they're now giving to fund this. And I will just tell you candidly, and I think the trust arises out of the assumption that we don't have the revenues or the political will to put state money in this, but I view this as a state structural issue. I view it like roads and highways and other pieces of our infrastructure. And to me, the notion of asking people to continue to support, instead of the institution they want to support with their own dollars, to support a state-directed institution of how dollars ought to be redistributed, is taking the question that the chairman asked me and standing a bit on its head. I think the notion of local skin in the game is a good thing. My question is, where is the states?
Thank you.
Mr. Hancock, thank you so much. Next, we have Ann Hostelthoff.
Yes,
And you represent Creating Pride.
that's correct. Joe, that was great. I don't know how I can follow all of that grandness, but I want to thank you, Chairman, and Representatives Rice and Ash. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to interrupt. I'm told that Mr. Jacobs has to leave for 12 o'clock. Could
Absolutely.
he go first, Dan?
Go for
Yeah,
it.
thanks, Ann.
Go for it.
This is Bill Jacobs, who's President of Community Technologies at Bell South. So if we want our phones to work, let's let him know.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. I'm Phil Jacobs. I'm president of Bell South Community Technologies and served prior to this position as the state president for Bell South operations here in Georgia. And in addition to my role at Bell South, I'm also involved with a number of organizations that support economic development, tourism, and education throughout our state. I currently serve as the chairman of the state's Department of Economic Development, an organization on whose board I've served for the last 6 years, and work closely with Commissioner Craig Lesser on attracting new businesses to Georgia as well as encouraging existing businesses to expand their operations here. I'm also former chairman of the State Chamber of Commerce, and in 2003 I formed the Tourism Committee for the State Chamber of Commerce, which is focused on improving tourism and tourism funding for cultural as well as traditional tourism here in our state. And I also chaired the Commission for a New Georgia Task Force on Tourism back in 2004. I'm the immediate past chair of the Georgia Partnership for Excellence in Education, an organization that's a public-private partnership targeted at improving K-12 education in our state, and also recently served with Representative Ash on the Early Learning Commission, which is looking at ways to improve our 0 to 5-year-old kids' ability and readiness to enter our public school system. Finally, I recently chaired the 2005-06 campaign for the Woodruff Arts Center, where we were successful in exceeding our goal of raising $8.25 million from the business sector in support of the Woodruff Arts Center here in Atlanta, and I'm also a member of Mr. Bankoff's board. I'm a business person, but my purpose here today is to talk about how important the arts are and the arts community itself is in two important areas in our state. The first is in the area of economic development, and the second is in the area of education. It's my strong opinion that the arts play a critical role in both of these areas, and therefore, literally, in the future success of our state. I believe that an underinvestment in the arts, whether it be through the private sector or the public sector, could significantly negatively impact the growth potential of this state and the prosperity that we've enjoyed over the past number of years. Let me begin by first discussing the area of economic development. Over the past 6 years, I've had the opportunity to interface with countless business people who were looking at bringing business to Georgia, whether it was bringing headquarters here or remote operations or locations or factories or buildings, through the red carpet tour efforts, through our fall feather hunt efforts, and through individual meetings with prospective businesses. I can tell you that always one of the top questions that we have to answer and we have to represent the state positively in is what we call quality of life. Most businesses, when they come to visit us, want to know about our availability of land, our workforce, our education system, but invariably all of them want to know about our quality of life. What do we as a state have to offer businesses that make this an attractive place to be? There's no question that the arts play an important role in defining what that quality of life looks like for businesses. The fact that when we bring prospects, and by the way, let me remind you that this is not an issue of Metro Atlanta, this is a statewide issue. And as a matter of fact, if you've looked at the announcements that the Department of Economic Development has made over the past several years, as much of that has been outside of the Metro Atlanta area as has been inside. Invariably, those prospects want a defining statement on what these communities that they're looking to come to provide in terms of opportunities for their employees to do things outside of their jobs. I had a recent discussion with Oz Nelson, the now retired chairman of UPS, about the process that UPS and he went through as they looked to relocate their corporate headquarters from Connecticut about 10 years ago to Atlanta. He said, unlike most businesses, while the tax incentives and the climate were important, their primary goal in relocating their headquarters was to create a quality of life for their employees. Any of you who know Oz Nelson know that he is a huge advocate for the arts. He's involved in countless organizations, the Lyric Theater. He's supported us in the Woodruff Arts Center. He's been a great advocate for the arts throughout the state. I would submit to you that 10 years ago, had we not had an anchor like the Woodruff Arts Center here, in addition to the other assets that we have in the state, that UPS would have looked elsewhere to relocate their corporate headquarters. And I can tell you every day as we compete with our states, fellow states around us for new businesses, the more we can represent this state as having a good quality of life, including a strong arts program throughout our state, the better our chances are of continuing to be successful. Secondly, if you look at the workforce that we are continuing to demand, particularly as we grow in this state, certainly agriculture is still the #1 industry in this state, but if you look at the percentage of population that's now involved in agriculture versus where we were back post-Second World War, at that time in the late 1940s, early 1950s, close to 50% of the population of the state was involved in agriculture. Today, while agriculture is still #1 as an economic driver and clearly is significantly larger than it was back in those times, only about 2 to 3% of our population is actually directly involved in agriculture. Our economy has shifted during that period of time and continues to shift away from the traditional manufacturing and agriculture jobs more to knowledge-based jobs. If you look at the type of talent that we need to attract to continue to fuel the growth that we see in our state, as well as what we need to produce through our own school systems, it's becoming clear that the demands and expectations of those people are different than perhaps they were for me when I relocated to Atlanta back in the 1970s. Joe mentioned we all have our own stories. I can tell the story of my son, who also is a graduate of Savannah College of Art and Design. My son, I am convinced as I stand here today, would not have completed college had he been in a traditional university environment. As a result of specializing and being able to use his creative and artistic talent, my son not only graduated, but is now happily employed off my payroll, working for Turner Broadcasting, and has found a very successful career. A great example of how a student who might not have otherwise been successful at all found a way and then found an organization here in our state that needed the kind of skills and talents that he has, and he is now an Atlanta tax-paying resident who's started a very, very successful career. As I look at some of the other states, and we talked briefly about Florida, and while certainly the demographics are different there, I do want to make reference to some of the information that appeared on a website through a recent study that was done by the state of Florida on the impact of arts on the Florida economy. And again, this is a state that spends roughly 4 times per capita what we spend here in Georgia. The Florida arts and council industry is one of the fastest growing in the state. Its annual statewide economic impact has grown from $1.7 billion in 1997 to over $2.9 billion today. It now supports over 28,000 full-time employees, and the arts and culture organizations alone, which constitute a small fraction of the state's entire art industry, expend about $1.2 billion annually. I can go on about the impact economically that the arts have had not only in Florida but also in our state, but I think many of the statistics that Joe quoted earlier illustrate the fact that not only is it important in attracting businesses and attracting the talent here, but it's also an important part of our economic infrastructure within the state and continues to be a vibrant and growing portion of our tourism and cultural tourism industry. In the area of education, I won't spend a lot of time here because through Joe's presentation and the discussion that followed, clearly many of the issues that I would bring up regarding education have already been discussed. But let me say that without a doubt, the arts have a significant impact on K through 12 education. And by the way, that's another area that as businesses look to relocate in another state, they want to know about the quality of our K through 12 education. Children who are exposed to arts learn better, are academically more successful, and are less likely to drop out of school than their counterparts who are not exposed to the art. Also, if we look at the impact of the post-secondary education system that the arts have had, particularly through Savannah College of Art and Design in Savannah, and I actually lived in Savannah back in 1979, the year after SCAD began its operations, and I can still remember the community's reaction to this new group of very different citizens who, in many cases, were portrayed as having invaded downtown Savannah. If you go down to Savannah today, and those of you who are there regularly, I don't think anyone would argue that the positive impact that SCAD has had on the downtown area of Savannah, including the renovation of some 50-plus buildings downtown back to their historic significant structures, has been amazingly successful. I think we're beginning already to see the great impact that the combination of SCAD's Atlanta campus now with the Atlanta College of Art, formerly part of the Woodruff Arts Center, is having on our community here. One of the things that I'm concerned about as we talk about post-secondary education and this tremendous asset that we're creating, this intellectual capital that we're creating, is that there's no guarantees that once we create that intellectual capital here in this state, that it remains in our state. As a matter of fact, if I look at the friends who my son made while he was at SCAD, the vast majority of those, and including Joe's son, have left our state to go to other areas where the arts are viewed as a much stronger industry. Just as technology businesses help us retain the talents that our Georgia Techs and UGAs and Georgia States are producing within the state, we need a strong arts community, business community, that helps us retain the talent that we're creating within the state. I had an opportunity last year as part of the Department of Economic Development board to visit Turner Studios and to spend some time touring that facility, and was amazed to learn that over the past several years, Turner has been migrating functions of their entertainment business that used to be strictly the purview of the people in Hollywood to Atlanta. The reason that they have been able to do that is we are now producing in our state the kind of talent that they can populate that business with and no longer have to rely on California to provide. It's a huge economic driver already for the state, and I think it can become even a larger economic driver if the private sector and the public sector will step up to the challenges of funding it at the appropriate level and making sure that all of our elected officials understand the importance of arts in education and in economic development. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you very, very much. That was one of the things, talking about keeping the artist in the state, that you brought up when we held our hearing at SCAD back at the end of September, and totally agree. Also, if I may, Commissioner Lesser is in Canada right now. Otherwise, he was going to be here to also talk about how the arts have helped you all recruit companies and so forth. And Craig did ask me to mention that.
Great.
I got a question.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, thanks for coming. I appreciate the insight you bring. In the campaign for the Woodruff, $8.3 million?
8.25. We hit about 8.3, you're right.
Was that business-based, I think you said?
Yes, it's a corporate campaign targeted at primarily businesses. We do have the nonprofit sector involved as well, a number of foundations, and in some cases, real patrons that are stepping up to the table with major contributions as well.
Yeah. Are these unrestricted grants? Or
yes. The answer is yes. This is a campaign for unrestricted funds. Many companies, and by the way, this $8.25 million represents the campaign for the overall Woodruff Center. In addition to that, many companies contribute to the individual elements, the symphony separately, to the Alliance Theater separately. So this represents just the overall corporate campaign for unrestricted funds for the Woodruff Arts Center itself.
Okay. Do you have restricted funds?
Who can help me? Joe, hopefully.
There are grants that are periodically given for specific purposes, which we treat as restricted funds.
Right.
A number of foundations, the Goizueta Foundation, for example, has given grants for education. Just in the past 2 weeks, we've received a $1.5 million grant from the Goizueta Foundation to the Alliance Theater to advance its education program. But those are viewed as restricted grants. And as Phil says, in many instances, there are contributions that are made to each of the divisions as part of their annual fund campaign.
Okay. I guess my question is, we all come from our own background and experience in these things, and my daughter keeps me informed of what she does, so there is a little bit of a family alliance there. But I know she does business with the Friedman Foundation in terms of funding things, but those grants are interestingly done because they're done for traveling exhibits that travel through children's museums around the country. And, those grants are not small. In fact, they're very large. And I'm wondering,
exactly right.
Do they play a part in what you do?
Absolutely. What I didn't even mention as we talked about it was, for example, the whole Louvre exhibit. There were a number of corporations and individuals who stepped up and made individual contributions to fund the Louvre coming to the High Museum. That was outside of, and the money that the $8.25 million that we, or $8.3 now million that we raised last year, is excluding any of those separate initiatives that in many cases are very specific, and certainly that would be in that category of restricted funds.
Let me take it to the next step then. So are you telling me that the quality of the opportunity, the Louvre exhibit, given at the High, or let's say it's a music thing and it's at the new Performing Arts Center type of thing, the quality of that generates an enthusiasm level in the corporate world.
Absolutely.
that
No
sustains a
question about it.
larger contribution flow?
Absolutely.
So
had
is
we
it
not had that Louvre exhibit, we would not have seen the support that we got out of those companies who specifically saw that as an opportunity to improve what the High was able to do, and in many cases use it corporately as a way to entertain, just as we use golf tournaments, to bring corporate customers and clientele in to be able to experience that with their sponsorship.
Then this might be the bridge too far, but is it axiomatic that if in fact, and let's just take the Performing Arts Center, the new Performing Arts Center as an example, that if that went into place and the government had a role in funding that would prompt higher levels of contributions based upon the type of content that they perform. Do you think that's accurate?
Let me give you, yeah, I do, and let me give you anecdotally why I believe that's true. I spent 2 years of my career in Sydney, Australia, and I saw the impact that the Sydney Opera House had in our ability to attract, in many cases, foreign business into Australia with basically the ability to advertise either an event or an experience of some type around the Opera House. There's no question that Optus Communications, which is the company that I was running while I was down there, was not only aware of that, but was significantly in support of the Sydney Opera House because of that very thing. So I don't think it's a stretch at all to say the quality of what you produce encourages investment from the business community.
Well, I hope. I went to the Imperial Rome exhibit at the Fernbank, and I thought that was outstanding. Interesting thing about that is I don't think that they get much traffic on that. I don't know, but
I don't either.
Sure
I haven't seen any numbers. I'll tell you, I'm fascinated by the Titanic exhibit that's now at the Civic Center. I don't know what kind of traffic we'll get there, but I think that's a huge opportunity if it's properly promoted.
I think the quality of stuff is coming up. The body exhibit did well, I think, and some other things like that. So that's good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Phil, do we have copies? Phil, do we have copies of your testimony? Or we can get them?
I will get copies to you.
Okay,
Yes.
Abby, make sure we, okay. Ann, thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
No
it.
problem. It's great to be here. It's great to hear all this talk about bringing the arts up into our awareness factor. I come to you as founder of Creating Pride. We are an organization that helps existing school staff become trained by the leadership of their arts specialists to educate and inform the rest of the faculty how to bring the arts into the classroom. I've had 14 years experience in this work. I'm a former advertising executive who became a painter, and at that time had a change in my life that led me to Chicago, and I worked in Cabrini Green. I was 4 years, 4 days a week, 4 hours a day as an artist in residence at a small school. And it was in that experience that what I'm about to share with you started to grab my heart so much that it has become a position of advocacy for me and the arts in the lives of children in schools, and I just can't let go. We currently serve the entire state of Georgia at our last training of teachers called Level 1 Adventures in Creativity here, thanks to some significant Woodruff funding introducing ourselves across the state, through, of course, the Georgia Association of Education Leaders. We had schools from Sumter County, Walton County, Gwinnett, DeKalb, Fulton joining us in the critical work we've been doing since 2004 system-wide in the Atlanta Public Schools. So Dr. Hall has had us as one of her major initiatives to systematically help the art and music and dance and drama instructors become more competent in their own areas of expertise, but also then to become change agents, if you will, as leaders in those school communities to influence and rally the rest of the faculty. I want to bring you some stories. And I want to share with you also a fact that I wanted to include in those comments, and I just forgot. We are also joined by some universities that are worth noting that contribute serious content to the training that we do. And the Savannah College of Art and Design comes up a lot in this morning's segment, but they are one of our lead collaborators, as well as Emory University's Theater Department, Georgia State's University Music Department, and the Atlanta Ballet Center for Dance Education. Those higher institutions of learning contribute a lot in terms of research. Some of the questions you were asking earlier about the values of arts and education, those are areas where they are constantly on the cutting edge of understanding the value of arts in a child's life. So we appreciate their expertise in translating that message in a way educators can understand to educators. As I said, I want to bring you some stories, and I'm grateful for the sideline coaching and counsel of a great board and advisory board, and some of the people specific to our work with teachers. Ann Kramer, you know, would be sitting here saying we need a state platform where all the arts organizations and all of us doing staff development of teachers are on the same page and providing our educators across the state information about what's available for their training. The reason that's critically important is because as you've been hearing that the arts contribute to a child's learning, what we're not talking a lot about is how do we get that into the lives of these children. And we get it into the lives of these children through their teachers. The challenge is a lot of these teachers are not trained to bring the arts and creativity as a regular part of the curriculum into these students' lives. And they also lack a sense of confidence. If I asked you right now to paint with me, I guarantee you there would be some grumbling. And I'd push it, but, you know, there'd be some grumbling.
Wall or a picture?
Exactly. A picture. And there are teachers out there who have the same level of anxiety, trepidation, hesitation about being creative. So therefore, you see that translated into our classrooms. And what I'm espousing and talking about is the importance of the arts and education in two fronts: arts education and arts integration. Arts education we have been talking about is an art teacher, a music teacher in a school. Having children go through those programs as a sequential arts-based curriculum is very important, because that type of learning helps those children then go to their classroom, be more engaged, pay attention, be focused, and frankly have the skills to be able to learn. I didn't know this until a couple of years ago when somebody said to me, and I tested it on some teachers, but do you know that if you can't skip, you can't read? That's a movement. And there are other parts of our development as children that if we don't help our kids learn the very basic creative structures that we all went through presuming that it was something that we would always go through, if we don't bring that back into a resonating high level of excellence across our state and schools, we are going to continue to have the lowest ranking, 46, et cetera, on the bars. I want to tell you about Kevin, fifth grader I worked with personally, who, when I started working with him on a piece of art that he was going to give to a corporate executive, I couldn't tell if he had an attitude or what was the problem. I took some time to figure out he stuttered. So in keeping with what educators had encouraged me to do, I ignored it, kept the standards high, and he delivered that artwork and presented it in front of that executive without stuttering. He returned to his classroom. True story, the teacher called me in and said, the engagement of Kevin is at such a level that we've decided not to expel him. Instead, we've learned that he has a learning disability. We're getting him into a school that's appropriate for him. And I got a postcard at his 8th grade graduation sending me a photo. That's artwork. That is an example of how the visual arts helped in reaching an otherwise perhaps unreachable young boy. In your resolution 1291, the areas I'm addressing in my comments are where you talk about the arts enhancing education and success for children through the teaching of complex and abstract ideas, the nurturing of the development of cognitive, social, and personal competencies, and the reaching of otherwise unreachable students. That's an example of one. I want you to meet Dorisha. She's a 5th grader here in Atlanta. She showed an interest 2 weeks ago in a drama club. She got involved with great energy and a great voice, but the problem was working with that drama artist, she couldn't read the script. There were words that she could not understand, much less articulate. She took that vocabulary list and those words and that script home. She came back to that program and that drama club, celebrating, saying, I know my words. And it was interesting, her classroom teacher observed that this young woman regularly, because of her poor reading skills, scored in the bottom half of the class in any test that was given. And last week, because of her improved reading abilities through that drama club, the math test that was given that included some word problems, she had the 2nd highest grade of the class. These are stories. I could go on and on. I'm just going to give you a few more top lines. That is engagement in a drama club that helped that enhance the education for Dorisha in the complex and abstract ideas of math. Listen to a principal who said, just because my teachers went through some hands-on art-making activities themselves and were encouraged to bring that activity into the classroom, our 3rd grade reading scores were improved because that's the only staff development they had for the last 2 years. Listen to a 6th grade teacher who talks about her teaching the heart and parts of the heart and how it was very hard for students to really be able to understand that. And when she had them collage the parts of the heart, those students learned and passed the test the first time instead of the 3rd time. A 2nd grade teacher teaching the life cycle of plants had the children create a wheel. They were able to articulate answers. A 2nd grade teacher bringing music into a classroom to link literature. They were studying mood and tone. And this teacher said, I watched, quote, I watched my lowest performing student become the brightest shining star, evidenced by the depth of reasoning, questions, and articulated understanding, and ultimately the performance. I have research that I've brought to you that I'm going to hand you in a minute. The President's Committee on the Arts and Humanities, the National School Boards Association, the Association for Supervision and Curriculum Instruction, the National Association of State Boards of Education, all firmly state that it is critically important that we raise the level of awareness and the delivery of arts education and arts integration into our schools. I'm going to give you these two. You asked about research. I wanted to give you two of the top pieces that you can, in your reading pleasure, don't heard, but it's really quite great. This is Tony Collins. And what you have there is Champions of Change, which is a great compendium of research, and then Putting the Arts into the Picture by a colleague of mine who was co-editor, Nick Rabkin, up in Chicago at Columbia College. In closing, there's some comments that were brought out this morning that are going to redirect my final thoughts that I'd like to share with you, because some of the questions you brought up are truly important to talk about. And Kathy, you spoke a lot about the awareness of schools and understanding of the arts. And I will say, in that 4 years that I was in that school, there was no art teacher and there was no music teacher. They truly, that faculty, that principal, did not understand the value of the arts. And I didn't have a clue what I was doing. Not an educator. I listen to educators and give them what they want. But after 4 years, they hired a full-time music teacher. And that music teacher began to really take that community through new heights of understanding and success. There's a phrase that I've lived by that was passed down to me from my father, who is an advocate of this state and has pretty much formed the education committee, I think, over at the chamber. And his legacy in my life is watching him absolutely champion education and success for children. And he said, if you can see it, you can be it. And I really believe that that is the crux of the problem in terms of arts education across this state. We do not have leadership that understands the value of the arts in a child's life. I've been working since '04 in an entire school system. I am still struggling to get the principals of that school system to see the vision of the superintendent and the executive director of curriculum and learning. There are principals who do not understand the value of the arts. So how could the teachers understand the value of the arts? So it is a tiered effort we are going to have to take. And when Joe referenced the work that can be done and supported through state funding of local groups that are starting to work together to bring harmony to all the arts organizations that exist and all the staff development activity that exists, that is happening, but it does require support financially. There are initiatives that are interested in learning. When you, Representative Rice, asked, what is the need and what is the cost of the need? That's a truly rich question, because for the one school, the need might be completely different than the need of another school, and it can't be a blanket solution. We've got QB. I don't believe so. From my experience in working 14 years with a whole variety of schools, I don't believe so. No, I'm starting to preach, so I need to stop anyway. But I will tell you an interesting statistic. The top 10 SAT performing states, 8 of the 10 of them have a fine arts director or someone at that level of leadership. That's really important to hear. And I've sat twice with our state superintendent, and I have great respect for her work because she is leading us forward. But it is truly appalling to see that we do not have state standards. We're still working on QCCs for fine arts standards. There is no way. I've got to tell you, any one of you, I was in corporate world, Sachi, Jay Walter, if I had any directive that was not a part of my job description, it would have been considered on my part as a volunteer effort. And if it is not a part of a teacher's job description to expose those students to a sequential arts education curriculum, as well as integrating the arts into how they teach math, science, reading, etc., why would I do it? So I want to thank you for your leadership and vision. I mean that sincerely. When I was asked to come here by some of your counterparts, I was so thrilled for the invitation, and so thrilled to know that there is a study committee trying to determine the value of this. And I think you'd find there's a lot of confidence in this community for your work. And any questions that you have, I already have about 3 I'm going to go try to get answers for you. But we can provide that for you. So thank you.
Thanks, Ann.
Sure.
The first one is something you said, a principal said that alarms me.
Yes.
About staff development and it being the only staff development they've had in...
2 years.
Is that the only staff development they've had in art, or is that the only staff development they've had?
In art, in any kind of creative kind of...
Got it.
You know what? That is my guess. I will find out that answer for you and get that back to
I
you.
was just concerned about that, because staff development and teaching...
'Cause I have to say-
I know to be one of the keys.
Yeah. And as I say that, I think it actually might be any. Yeah.
If you'll check that.
I will
I'd
check that for you.
appreciate it. And then my other question, and it sort of follows up on yours, Representative Rice, is I'm not sure that we need the same amount of money at every school for the arts. But would you agree that there is a baseline that has to happen within a State Department and within each individual system so that there is somebody available to do that training, to do that igniting, to spread the word? That
Yes.
it may not be that we need an art, music, and PE teacher in every school. Some may need 3 or 4, and some may have some other programs that they only need 1. But should there be somebody at a State Department and somebody at a local system level for whom art is their responsibility?
Absolutely. If you do not have leadership at the state level, there is a lack of priority that can crop up at a system level. And when you have a system that's trying to make the arts a priority and their funding isn't significant enough to be able to do that, what happens is you will hear stories of art teachers, music teachers going to a principal to get the allocated amount of money that there is, and it's horrific levels. I don't have the exact numbers here, but I remember when they're told to me, I'm always amazed. It's something like $100 a year. I mean, kind of horrible numbers. But when they even go to try to get those dollars from their principals, those monies are not freed up for them. Even if they're allocated, they're not freed up. So the oversight of what is already there should most certainly be in place.
When was this written?
When was that written? Is the date not in there?
I don't see any copyright. So.
I think it was 98, 99. Thank you, Mary. Yeah, I think
When?
that was about...
98,
98, 99.
Thank you.
And the other book is more recent for you.
And thank you.
Absolutely.
Do we have copies of your testimony?
Can I send you one that doesn't
Yeah,
have...
to Abby,
Yeah.
right here.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate it. We're running way behind schedule, but I mean, I'll stay here all night if need be to hear from you. Yeah, I know. And Kathy has caucus. Missy, you're next, and then Carol. Now, Carol, did you have to go back to Athens?
I have an appointment.
Missy, would you mind if Carol?
Okay, as long as you'll hear me.
Of course I'll hear you. All right. Well, how much time? All right. How much time do you need?
I just need to get back for a meeting this afternoon.
No, but to testify.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Want me to come ahead?
Yeah, let's do that. And then what we'll do is break for lunch and then get back here as quickly as we can. I want to shoot to be back by 1 o'clock.
excuse me, I too was very delighted to be asked to be here, and I also applaud your interest in supporting the arts. I've just handed you a copy of a column that I was asked to write for the research magazine for the University of Georgia on why the arts matter in education. That's what we've been talking about this morning, why they matter in the state of Georgia. And I was asked to respond to this incidence of billboards going up throughout Georgia about science and math equals success. And the young woman who called me up to invite me to write this said, I'm sure there are other things that make success. Can you write about it? And so I decided I would check into the billboards and find out where they came from. And so I wrote about that at the beginning. And they actually came from a grant called PRISM that's sponsored by the National Science Foundation and worked on at the University of Georgia. And the goal is to make parents more aware of the importance of math and science in their children's lives, because our SAT scores are near the bottom in that area. And so I decided to use that as the opening into talking about arts education, not as counter to, but as complement with, or partner with, in creating a whole person. We've talked a lot about why the arts matter this morning. We haven't really talked about what the arts are, what they contain within them. And I am a firm believer in that the arts hold within them the ideas, the values, and the achievements of civilizations and cultures throughout time. I'm not alone in that. They're akin to libraries, holding vast quantities of information. And if we don't make them accessible to our children in the schools, they don't learn that content. They don't have that information. I think that it's really important, too, to know that arts education now is not solely the creation of the art form. It's also learning about the art forms that have been created. It's learning how to look at, think about, respond to a work of art at the High Museum or one in a book in a classroom. It's about how to do the same thing with a symphony. It's about how to form some critical judgments and support those judgments and get the confidence to do that. So these are the ideas that drove my article. And basically, we've talked about some of the points that I made at the beginning, how Georgia funds only one art, one music, or one PE teacher for every 600 children in the elementary schools. I've been in counties with no art teacher. I come to you with 14 years of experience teaching middle school art in Georgia public schools. I am chair of art education at the University of Georgia now. I also chaired the national standards for art teacher preparation for the National Art Education Association. So I know what's happening across the country. I was on InTask for developing standards for the fine arts for interstates. I've been on the national board for accomplished teaching standards. So the talk this morning, too, about no standards in the arts, no money to develop the performance-based standards, when the arts have been performance-based for eons, is a really important thing that you could work for. There are 2 counties on their own developing performance-based standards in the arts, Clark County and Fulton County. Clark County actually received a No Child Left Behind grant to develop in arts education, to develop these performance-based standards. So there is Ground Roots Initiative, but that's another way that you could be very, very helpful. I basically said, well, all of our art majors who graduate get hired. Now, we're in North Georgia, and Northeast Georgia is really growing. The schools are being built, and many of those counties do fund art teachers at the elementary level, and the middle school, and the high school. So counties like Gwinnett and Cobb all have large art teacher populations. But my question was, why do the arts matter when there's so much emphasis on SAT scores? We've heard some testimony about that this morning. But why did they still matter? What did they do for students? And why are they important? And then I told a story, and the story's about Butch, and that was his real name, and he was an 8th grade kid, and he played football, and I was a middle school art teacher, and I took all my students, 100 of them, to the High Museum of Art to see a show that came down from the Boston Museum. And it was many of the students' first time ever in a museum. I taught in Danielsville, which is Madison County, not Madison, Georgia, but Madison County. And I was walking by when Butch was looking at the houses at Auvers by Vincent van Gogh. And he was with another boy his age. And he said, I can't believe I'm standing in front of a real Van Gogh. And he literally had misty eyes. And I had to stop and I had to say, what made you say that? Why do you feel that way about the Van Gogh? And he said, I had a 3rd grade classroom teacher who actually valued the arts, who taught us about Van Gogh. And so what happened was a culmination of that 3rd grade teacher's efforts 5 years later that she didn't see, of bringing to that full circle that he saw it. Well, it wasn't just that he recognized it, and remembered it from her teacher. It was that it meant something to him. It had meaning to him. And so when we talk about access to the arts, we're talking about kids like Butch that may not have that opportunity. And when I had that happen, I just thought it was very, very important to share with you. They are linked to emotion. Suzanne Langer, a philosopher, said that the arts are symbols of human feeling. Studies in cognitive science have shown that what we feel, we learn. That if there's a connection made to feeling and emotion, we learn it better. If you want a citation, you can check Damasio, 1994. He's a cognitive scientist. I had to go to the science library to check his book out. So he's actually written about this quite extensively. I told a story in this article about Eric Booth, who teaches theater. He at Juilliard now. And he did a workshop with art teachers at the National Art Education Association, so it was a crowded auditorium. And he asked us what we would do to make Shakespeare more interesting to students if we were going to teach about Shakespearean sonnets. And so people said things like, well, we'd tell a little bit about Shakespeare, we'd tell a little bit about what a sonnet was, we'd try to make some context, try to connect it to their life. He said, okay, what I want you to do is take out a piece of paper, take out a pencil, don't show your neighbor, but I want you to write down some time in your life when you felt really, really low and depressed. And just, nobody's going to see it, so just write down a moment when you felt that way. And then write about how you felt when you were that, what you thought of yourself when you felt that way. And then write about what brought you out of it. And we all did that. And then he performed Sonnet 29 from Shakespeare, which begins, and I'm not going to say the whole sonnet for you because I'm not Eric Booth, but it begins, when in disgrace, with fortune in men's eyes, I all alone beweep my outcast state. And then it goes through how he felt about himself, and then he says, and then you, like a lark, bring me out. So it takes you from those emotions. We were mesmerized. We were totally focused on that sonnet, much greater than if he had just started out with it. So the arts make it possible to make those kind of connections, to make learning more relevant. We're not talking about drawing a map of a country to teach, to integrate with geography. We're talking about learning about the arts of that country, learning about the culture within that country as part of learning about that culture and engaging in it. These are the main things that I think are important, that I think the arts allow for creative and divergent thinking. Okay? This is important in all walks of life. They don't own a monopoly on it, but they are a place that really encourage that. They present problems of creation and interpretation, and that's what I was talking about earlier, that require solution. They allow students to engage in higher level thinking, such as analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. Much of school is based in lower levels of thinking, such as identification, particularly for students who do not do well academically, are kids that are in areas where they don't have access to teachers who believe in what they can do and their potential. The idea that the arts can encourage students of all intellectual levels to think and to be able to defend their thinking. They're not just for the student that's having difficulty, they also can challenge the gifted child and help the gifted child think in deeper ways. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about was a study from the New York Times, and that was a study in conjunction with Teachers College at Columbia and also with the Guggenheim Museum. And they have found that students who engage in arts programming that allow them to form interpretations and to think about what things mean did better in literacy kinds of tasks in other subject areas. The High Museum has been engaged in similar kind of work with fourth graders on an effort to work with the skill of inference and seeing how looking at works of art and thinking about them can help with that. In closing, I wanted to tell you that I did hear of a superintendent once who referred to the arts as a fourth R, and that is reflection. And they allow us to think about ourselves and how we fit into the world in which we live. I think the most important role for the state is to consider is one of access. When you know that the arts education is not available in towns like Wrightsville or Ludowici, that is available in, say, Lawrenceville, then it is an issue for us to think about, because everyone in our state is a Georgian citizen, and you serve them all. So in closing, basically what I'd like to say is think about the performance standards that we need in arts education. Work on changing that 600 art, music, and PE for every 600 students from an or to an and, or at least to how you suggested that there might be possibly one person in that county that oversaw the arts and helped work with integration. And then support the arts organizations, particularly because they serve as the places that our students can go to and see and experience the arts directly throughout their lives. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine.
Professor, I've always wanted to ask the professor this question. Arts, humanities. What's the difference? Are they the same? Teach me.
Well, at Georgia, they have a Office of Arts and Humanities. So that might be a cop-out. I don't know how to answer that question. I think the humanities are about the aspects of our lives that deal with our human qualities. The arts are as well. I think of the arts as the visual arts, the music, dance, theater, and creative literature. Humanities sometimes encompass social studies. There's an effort going on nationally to put works of art from American artists in schools from the Council for the Humanities, and to connect that with curricular ideas. I don't know if that helped or not. I haven't thought about that question in that way.
It's a real conundrum. And I really thought about it this morning because you talked about the arts being akin to libraries.
Mm-hmm.
And when I think about libraries, the word humanities immediately comes to mind. So, yeah, if there's someplace you could direct me to read about how that all fits together, I'd be really interested.
If there's someone else that wants to profess on such a topic, I would be grateful. Okay, I will.
What do you teach?
I teach art education. I teach people to be art teachers. I teach classes in art criticism, art appreciation. I teach classes in the history of art education, in museum education. I supervise student teachers. I go into the schools. What do I do during the day? Seriously? I supervise student teachers in a number of schools that I used to have lunch duty in, where I used to be the art teacher as well. So I feel like I have a full range of. Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a safe trip back.
Thank you.
Missy? What, again, we're way behind, but and we're going to do lunch, but how much time do you need?
I have 15 minutes as well, so.
Well,
That'd be all right for you?
let's do it.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. I'm Melissa Rossi. You've gotten my nickname Missy, but that works. I grew up in Cherokee County, and I am currently serving as the supervisor of general and choral music, K-12, and drama and dance in Cobb County schools. And when I was in school in Cherokee County, I didn't have music until I got to high school, because I was in grade school to 8th grade, so there wasn't a middle school at that time, and was in band and chorus, and it was the foundation of my beginning in the arts, which is a really so much of who I am. I couldn't divorce myself from it. As I'm listening to the different conversations that have gone on this morning, it struck me so much how in Cobb we've got a good thing going. But we really support the arts in so many ways, and it's because our parents want it that way. I know one of the questions earlier was about the private funding part. Man, our parents are already giving for their booster clubs and to make sure that these arts programs stay there because they're not funded. And yes, one art, one music, or PE. And we have a PE requirement of time. It's hard for a principal. Now, in Cobb, we've made a commitment, and we remind our principals, if they happen to be one of those that might question it, that we have a commitment to the arts because we value it for a reason, for many reasons, and I'm going to give you some of those. First of all, public arts surveys, there's been so many, and I'm going to give you my paper that tells you everything. But MetLife, 2002, Public Agenda, 1994-97, Rose and Gallup poll in 2000, all indicated that the public generally endorses, highly endorses, a balanced education that includes the arts, that the arts is part of. Harris poll, recent, revealed that 93% of Americans agree that the arts are vital to providing this well-rounded education for children. So it's out there buzzing around. But also you mentioned, and I'm going to give you this report as well, it's from the Education Commission of the states that Governor Huckabee commission chaired. It talks about how the media has had a role in this, and they did a study, the commission did a study to see how the media does so few arts articles and how this is turning some of the idea of what the arts are about and what they can do, and has tainted some of that. It's called, let's see exactly, Media Paints Arts Education in Fading Light. So I have that for you. But with this endorsement of the arts, we've talked about intrinsic and extrinsic benefits. The academic achievement part is extrinsic. I think the art educator spoke well to the kinds of intrinsic things that are really why we arts educators got into it in the first place, and why these community arts people are so impassioned about the part that they play. A recent study called Third Space was done by the Arts Education Partnership, and it focused on economically disadvantaged communities, and they attributed their school performance that was improving, and they studied these particular schools, to an infusion of arts across the curriculum. That goes back to what Anne was also talking about integration being important, as well as having these separate music and art teachers, that you need that infusion, that integration of the arts into the regular classroom. I don't know if you know this, but in elementary school in the United States, when we began music, going way back to Boston with Lowell Mason, was that the music specialist was in the elementary school to train the other teachers how to make music in the classroom. And it evolved into, gosh, we can't do all this. Now, the music teacher, you do it all. And the art teacher, you do it all. And so we've kind of changed, and we need some of that backwards motion into the classroom teacher taking more commitment into that. So this Third Space publication really talks to a need for this integration into the arts, not just a separate arts program in a school. Of course, we've spoken to the SAT scores, and that is a portion of some of the findings. Dr. Glenn Schillenberg at University of Toronto has done some very interesting research with music, that's the heart and soul of me, on non-musical abilities and the effects of music lessons on academic performance and the development of information processing and cognitive abilities. The study revealed that students who participated in music lessons showed statistically higher intelligence quotas. This was in 2004. Also in 2004, Hansen, Bergstorff, and Stuber wrote this wonderful book about how music and reading issues of fluency and symbol systems and syllabic stress, phonemic awareness, and all of the processes of learning to read connects so beautifully with reading music, and how those same learning processes happen and how to bridge that gap. When brain research also shows that, and this was in an article by Weinberger, that the cerebral cortex is active the entire time while musicians are performing. This process strengthens the connections between the brain cells, allowing the brain to function more efficiently. This engagement includes interpreting complex symbol systems and sending messages quickly to the muscles to adjust the fingers, lips, and vocal mechanisms. This same study argued that music in particular requires musicians to plan ahead to create proper tone, provide adequate breath, and to interpret and act upon the conductor's gesture while reading notation from the page. Orally, they balance and tune their own sound with others in a continuous process requiring split-second evaluation and adjustment countless times in a performance or rehearsal. Emotionally, they must understand and express the composer's intent through musical communication to the listener. All of these point to the academic benefits, as well as some other in the tail end there for the brain research. The social and emotional development and quality of life is another extrinsic part of the value of arts education. In 2003, Chorus America studied adults in community choirs. And they found that choral singers are likely to be active in their communities as volunteers, and that they are well informed and politically aware. With music in schools, students connect to each other better, have greater camaraderie, have fewer fights, less racism, and reduce use of hurtful sarcasm. The arts develop neural systems that take months and years to fine-tune. All of this from Eric Jensen, who writes, he's a brain researcher and writes Arts with the Brain in Mind. In a study of what's called habits of mind, Abels et al., talked about the value of arts and its learning, how it's inherent to these habits of mind. They found that arts affect different aspects of students' abilities, including their expression of thoughts and ideas, strong imagination and creativity, and the ability to take risks in their learning. These practical and logical, intuitive modes are thought as valuable aspects of lifelong human growth and development, and naturally would make a very good connection. Elliot Eisner, also argues that the arts are multifaceted and have subtle and ambiguous problems with multiple solutions. That leads to the connection with life and how complex the human dynamics are with structural and political processes that require resolving situations and creating alternative solutions. Getting back to the business leaders wanting problem solvers, creative thinkers, this really helps get those students prepared for those types of challenges. And the Arts Education Partnership in 1999 reported that a Columbia University study revealed that students in the arts are more cooperative with their teachers and peers and more confident and better able to express their ideas. Now, my own findings. Having just finished my PhD, I completed a study on adult reflections from their high school choral experience. I taught high school chorus for 14 years before this job. These were non-professional musicians. They were in high school music programs, but are no longer. One was a fireman, a nurse, an interior designer, all different professions. And they all believed that this experience, how they loved it, really made them, more than anything, gain self-confidence. They thought that they used their brains differently than in other classes. They learned to critically analyze material. They learned how and why to strive for excellence and have high expectations, learned to persevere, learned to deal with disappointment, learned to appreciate challenging and difficult work, and found the ability to work as a team member rather than always focusing on their individual desires. They thought this was a springboard toward their own lifelong learning. The community arts organizations have had a long-standing relationship with Cobb County Schools. We have a performing arts program that is a donations program, going back to, again, the parents' funding. And we send 2nd, 5th, and 7th graders to arts programming. So every child goes. So, the 5th grade goes to the symphony. Having been on the educational task force that the symphony put together to talk about what this education center in the new Performing Arts Center would be like, I know the thought that they're putting into this center. And it was to make these connections, real connections with kids where they are, because that's where we've got to go to. We have to be meeting students where they are and taking them in the direction. Many people have spoken to the individual schools do different things, and that's very important. We have schools that approach symphony members to do peer tutoring, guest performances, workshops with their students, so that I, as the supervisor, I don't necessarily oversee everything that goes on. With 106 schools, that would be unreasonable, and the schools also have very different needs. This gets back to the thought that people make things happen, and individuals with those passions, they make things happen. We also have several partnerships and discussions that go on with various and sundry arts community organizations, the Arts Now, Creating Pride organization, Sound Learning with Georgia State. There's so many. And the thing that I see is that they do need to talk to each other, because all of their different education programs don't help me meet my needs. To get to your point earlier, yes, we do need QBE funding for music and art. Yes, we do need that requirement there. But we also could use what Mr. Bankoff said at the very beginning about a separate fund that looks at a grant situation, because that gets to that desire of that one school that really has a great project that wants to go beyond what they do in the classroom. There are so many different schools that I talk with on an individual basis about trying to help them meet those needs, because there are good principals out there that really understand the value of the arts, and it's my job to make the rest of them understand. So the arts have played a major role in society. They do exalt the human spirit and enhance the quality of life. Arts education has the ability to transmit cultural heritage and provides opportunities for enhancing self-esteem, respect for others, and good citizenship. With financial funding and importance given to school and community arts programs, we have the opportunity to possibly alter the direction of a country that places much more importance on financial wealth, often at the expense of others, to encourage well-rounded individuals that believe they have a responsibility to their communities.
I have a question about the often at the expense of others.
Well, sometimes it's thought that to make money, you must go into this kind of profession to make money. And so at the expense of others, if they're really wanting, for instance, the kid that wants to be an arts person and their parents want them to make money, they feel a lot of pressure. I talk to a lot of kids that feel that pressure from the community as well.
A question with regard to the, I come from Gwinnett County.
Uh-huh.
And we have a Norcross area with vibrant support, band and music, all those types of things there. Do you think that that places like Gwinnett and Cobb and places like that, where there is volunteer funding and volunteer involvement, should receive lesser funding amounts than somebody in Columbus or something like that, someplace like that?
It would be
because
hard.
what you said was that, what I found is that once the government steps in and starts funding stuff, private donors don't feel necessarily the same compulsion to give.
Well, I think that in individual schools, for instance, I taught at Walton High School, and the parents will give. And even if I had the county giving me X amount of dollars, those parents were still going to give for their child in their schools. Do I think that you would not give them a balanced approach? Well, I think from the DOE standard of having a requirement and funding teachers in the schools, I think that should be balanced, absolutely. As far as the grants possibility, I'm not sure how best to handle that, but I think it would take a need and some kind of committee that would decide that need based on what they were able to acquire in other places.
Thank you.
Are there some schools in Cobb County that are less able to provide the extras than others?
Absolutely. There are so many schools that are just like the one that Ann spoke of that have maybe $100 designated to them. And I don't have a fund for my elementary music teachers. They get zero from me unless I can somehow wrangle some money together for a special project. So those music teachers depend on that PTA, and some PTAs are just not strong enough to give them the things that they need. One of the things that I did recently was to put ORF instruments in all of the elementary schools to at least give them a standardization of equipment, because that was not the case in Cobb. And putting that standardization, sure, the haves will still have more, but at least they will have a standard that is of the quality needed to teach the course that they're teaching.
So that even in a wealthy system where the resources are incredible, there are still pockets where inequity
Undoubtedly.
happens.
Undoubtedly.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Coffey. Mr. Nygaard, you need...
Do you have 5 minutes?
We'll give you 5 minutes. We'll give you 5.
Thank you.
It's
I know you want to get to lunch. I have
Remember,
to go.
he's talent.
Kathy's got to go, Bill.
Yeah, she's got to be at caucus.
You have to be, you're gone?
I'll be back, but I've got to go vote.
Well, very briefly then. I'm Bill Nygett. I'm the president of the Metro Atlanta Arts and Culture Coalition, which two of you on the committee created. What I'd like to do very briefly is talk to two documents which I'm going to enter into the record and which I hope you'll consider when you look over the recommendations you're going to end up making. Let me preface it by very briefly saying that I think all of the data that's provided about why the arts matter for education, for economic development, are valuable. I'm glad we've had such articulate speakers on behalf of those subjects. But I want to come here and say that in the long run, there is something I always find frustrating about our belief that we have to justify why the arts matter. The arts matter because they matter. Because to stand and look at a painting by a Georgia artist at the Museum of Contemporary Art of Georgia, MoCA GA, by a Benny Andrews or someone else, and to see how that artist has reflected life back to us and how we can gain insights about our lives and the lives of others, doesn't need justification. Going to hear a great piece of music, whether it's jazz or symphonic music, or whether it's hip-hop, doesn't need justification. The arts enrich and enhance our lives. They are another form of entertainment. They're a more illuminating form of entertainment, and I get really frustrated with the fact that we're always justifying our existence. When you go see a movie trailer, when you go to the movies, the new Tom Cruise trailer comes on, there is not a voice that says, before you hear the trailer for this new Tom Cruise movie, we need to explain to you what the economic benefits of this movie will be to the community. We don't do that. And yet in the arts, we fall into the trap of always feeling we have to justify our product, and I think that's unfortunate. That is not to say that there are not some extraordinarily important things that the arts offer as benefits in our lives, and they do need your careful consideration. One of the documents that I'm going to send to Abby and enter into your record is a poll that MAC conducted. It's now 2 years old, and in fact, we've just ordered a new study to update the figures, and when the new figures are ready, probably around the first of the year, we'll make them available to you. But we did a study, a poll, using a bipartisan team of pollsters. You'll know both names. Beth Shapiro, who has done a lot of work in Democratic political community, and Whit Ayers, one of the best-known Republican pollsters in the country. We asked residents of Metro Atlanta, of our 6-county region and the city of Atlanta, to talk to us about why the arts matter, and you will see that in overwhelming numbers, 84% of them said that arts in schools rate 5 out of 5 in magnitude of importance in their lives. They get, your constituents, our friends, our families, and our neighbors get arts in the schools. They talk about, 62% say 5 out of 5 on a scale of magnitude when they're asked whether the arts matter to retaining and attracting businesses to the community. There's other data in that poll that I'm going to make available to you, and as I said, within about a month or so, you'll have updated figures so you can see what's happening there. The other document I want to enter into the record, with your permission, is one that I think turns the whole argument around a little bit. When you all deliberate on many of the pieces of legislation that you need to deal with, you're typically being asked to consider how the various things that you do are going to have a beneficial impact on citizens who you represent. So that, in other words, when you're asked to vote on funding for roads, what you're really asked to do is to look at whether those roads will benefit the people who drive on those roads. Now, it's a given that there are going to be construction companies that benefit from the money that's allocated. But that's not your focus. Your focus is on, will these roads help our citizens? When you talk about health care delivery, you're looking at that aspect. You're looking at how will these health care programs deliver better health services to our people. One of the problems I think we fall into in the arts community is that we don't make the argument about the arts that way. We talk about, and you worry about, for good reason, well, arts organizations, do they really need this support? Can't they raise the money on their own? Why don't they have a higher profit margin? Why don't they raise ticket prices? It's the wrong argument. I believe that what you need to look at is how are the arts delivering services to your constituents? How are your constituencies benefiting? It is true that arts organizations need help. But you ought to look at it, I believe, from the point of view of the constituency that they're serving. And with that in mind, let me very quickly just give you a few figures that I think you'll find fascinating. MAC conducted research earlier this year. We gathered audience information from 42 arts and culture organizations in just Metro Atlanta, because that's our jurisdiction. That means everybody from the High Museum of Art, the Alliance Theater, the Symphony, the Atlanta Opera, the Botanical Garden, and small theater companies across Metro Atlanta and others. And let me, if I can, so we analyzed the data. We broke it down and created a study called Georgia Arts and Culture Audiences, Who Are They and Where Do They Live? One of the things we did in this, looking at audience, these are people who've bought tickets or memberships. After deduplicating all the lists that came into us, we had a list of over 700,000 unique names of people who bought tickets in the last year to arts and culture venues in Metro Atlanta. 700,000. Then we took a look and broke it down demographically. And let me give you just a little piece of that. The 6th Congressional District. You know, a lot of people like to think that the arts are the bastion of in-town liberals. You know, it's a good, you know, thank you very much, Tom. Well, let me tell you this. In the 6th Congressional District in the last year, about 164,165 people were buying tickets to arts and culture events. That's more than in John Lewis's 5th District, where 144,000 people were buying them. If you go beyond that and look at John Linder's district, 72,000 people were buying tickets. In DeKalb County, Cynthia McKinney's old district, 76,000. This report that I'm going to give you will break down for you, excuse me, where the ticket buyers and membership holders are across Metro Atlanta. It's broken down by county, but it's also broken down by state house and senate districts. So I can happily say to you that Representative Ash, in your district, in District 56, we counted just about 14,000 people who bought tickets to an arts event in the last year. Now, your district is about 50,000 people, I think, the Georgia House districts now. So that's an enormous percentage. That's exactly. Thank you for not making me make that point. Representative Wilkinson, you lead the pack up in Sandy Springs. Our analysis shows that 17,328 people in your district last year bought tickets to an arts event. Representative Rice, you have 11,124. And that's not bad, considering that Gwinnett County doesn't have as many professional arts organizations as do the other counties in the immediate area. You also, in Gwinnett County, had 64,720 patrons buying tickets to arts events. What's your number, Mark? 18. You're 18. And you don't show up as well on our list because your people are not coming. These are Metro Atlanta arts organizations. You had about 1,600 patrons in your district buying tickets to Atlanta area arts events. My point is, and then I'll let you go to lunch, I invite you to look at this information. I think you'll find it makes a powerful case for the fact that, sure, arts groups need help, but the citizens of Georgia who want to participate, who want to see theater, who want to go to museums, who want to go to dance performances and to musical performances, they're the ones who want your help. So I hope you'll look at this material and the poll, which I'll make available to you. Thank you so much for the seriousness with which you are discussing this issue. We need more elected officials like you who are willing to consider how important arts and culture are to the citizens of Georgia. Thanks so much. Just trying to get you lunch, Tom.
Okay. My wife would say I probably don't need that. So. Just a real quick question on the 700,000. I'm sure it's in your numbers someplace. Is that? I'm not sure if you broke that out by people who buy multiple tickets to different events.
No, we can tell you that too. And this is very sophisticated.
So my 11,000 isn't really 1,000 that buy 10 tickets.
No. It's 11,000 individuals because we deduplicated. In other words, if they were buying to 2 or 3 different events, we only counted them in once. We deduplicate all of that data. But we can tell you how many of your patrons are buying to 2 or 3 venues as opposed to one. That's interesting information that this study provides as well.
And that was one of the things on our committee 5 years ago that we wanted to come up with. That was basically what you were bringing up in Savannah, the same thing. How do you identify this? And Bill's done it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, we're now an hour behind schedule. We got a bunch. We have tons. Yeah. What I'm thinking we might do is take Susan. How's your schedule? I'm worried because you're okay. All right. Okay. Why don't we take a 30-minute lunch break and get back here? For those of you who are not familiar, there is a cafeteria located. You have to go to the end of this hallway, and you go out the secure area, but we'll get you back in, and it's literally just right around the corner. Okay, thanks. We'll be back in 30 minutes. We're going to have Tommy Hills go ahead, who is the state CFO. Right, please. Wherever you want to.
I don't have any
We're
fancy.
real nice to Tommy around, but
Okay, thank you, Joe. Tommy Hills, a pleasure to be with you. And as Joe said, I work as CFO, but I'm really coming to you speak more as an individual citizen interested in arts, education, and organizational and infrastructure support of arts. I think it's very, very important to the fabric of the state that the state continue to be a big supporter of the arts. I'll talk a little bit about kind of my introduction into it and how it's been of value to me, the exposure I've had to the arts community. I had no formal training in arts. I'm certainly not an artist to any extent, nor were my parents, but they were, knowledgeable people. But my first exposure really came in elementary school in Decatur, Georgia, with a very good arts education program. Still remember Mrs. Calder, my art teacher, who was brought in from Agnes Scott to teach art to students, and Ms. Moore, my music teacher, who would come in. They also each year took the kids to the Atlanta Symphony Orchestra performances at least twice a year, I believe, in that school system, the old municipal auditorium next door. And I studied, because I had to, took an art history course in college, but that was the extent of my knowledge until that point. So it's the latent appreciation, I guess, I had, inspiration. But that early education, I think, gave me a curiosity to see things and to travel. And so when I traveled to see the art museums of the world and performing artists and really then more in the business sense, when the business community get involved from a business standpoint in a number of organizations, and as things would have it, I ended up serving on the boards of the Atlanta Opera and the High Museum of Art and the Center for Puppetry Arts and the Georgia Shakespeare Festival and the History Center, and working with the Woodruff Arts Center for about 10 years on fundraising for them. And so also I was in the position in my company, Wachovia, where I was worked in to help influence the company to be a sponsor of arts. And we became a corporate sponsor for things like Chastain, Atlanta Symphony series of summer series at Chastain, of the opera, of exhibits at the High Museum, of Dad's Garage, improvisation comedy, and the Atlanta Arts Festival when it was here, and those various kinds of activities that I think added to the fabric of the community of Georgia. I served for several years on the Arts and Business Council of the Metro Chamber of Commerce. That had different names at different times, Business Council for the Arts, etc. And was really very gratified a few years ago when that group recognized me with the Business Leadership in the Arts Award. And so I've valued that very much. That award's in my office in the Capitol. So that's the background I bring, and how my interest grew. And the reason I go over that is because I think it points out that that art is not necessarily something that you're born with or born into. That the education you receive at early ages and the exposures you get by being able to participate in performances and to see visual art is really very, very important, I think, in bringing people into the arts that otherwise might not naturally gravitate there. And I'd put myself in that category. Also would speak from the standpoint of being a business recruiter for a number of years in commercial banking, that I can tell you that when companies like UPS and Georgia Pacific and GE and RJR and Nabisco moved to Atlanta, that a large part of their interest in Atlanta was the arts infrastructure, because their executives were interested in that, and those companies proved to be big supporters of arts in Atlanta. And so arts is very intricately tied to the economic development of our state, and I think it certainly has that benefit. The state's been good to support the arts with the Arts Council for a number of years. Kathy Williams, the board chair, and Susan Weiner, the director, are going to talk to you now, I think, about the history of that support and how we do that and some new ideas for that. And I just urge your support to continue to support the Arts Council and the other activities that we're involved in around the state, and in fact, try to get more support as we can. I think Susan will bring you some interesting concepts to consider about how we might leverage that. So thank you very much. You mean in terms of
Something
this year's
you're
budget? Well, we hadn't finished putting the governor's budget recommendations together, but certainly continuing the support of the Arts Council, and Susan's recommended some additional enhancements to that. Governor hadn't seen it yet, so I can't speak to his recommendations. Okay. We start with him next week, so.
Well, we might want to give you some of the material that we got today. Well, you already know all this, that we're ranked 43rd and
Yes.
so forth. And
We have a lot of room for growth.
Thank you. That's a nice way to put it.
Yes, sir.
Since, it's just among us gals and guys, we're on the air. Let me rephrase that. The question has been asked about how you go about allocating funds. I mean, suppose there is a large public support by the budget for the arts. What's your plan for allocation? How do you do that?
Well, I think I'll yield to Susan on that, because the Arts Council has a very, very elaborate process that I've been part of watching that for almost 4 years now, of how we look at the needs across the state and to make sure that we're meeting arts needs across the state, and not just in one particular area or one type of art. It's broad, and so I think we have to look to the professionals that we put on the commission, the Council of Arts, and the people the employees there to bring those recommendations forward to us. And there's obviously a very active constituency of interested people in arts that help influence those decisions over time.
You do anything? Well, I'll save the question.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Pleasure to be with you. Okay.
There's one extra syllable.
Yeah, do with that. No, we were trying to explain that, yeah. I know everybody thinks it's Ted Kennedy. What we were trying to explain is that Susan was the mayor of Savannah, but you also refer to Chatham County as the free state of Chatham. Anyone who... For those of you, when 2 years ago we started webcasting all the hearings and so forth, and it's amazing how many of my colleagues now sit closer to the middle and look right up there in the cameras.
I'm sorry, gentlemen.
It's okay.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of the arts industry, and yes, you're going to hear me say that phrase quite a bit today, the arts industry of Georgia, Georgia Council for the Arts, the agency responsible for distribution of taxpayers' dollars to support the arts industry. We thank you very much for this opportunity. It's very nice not having to go first, and it means that a large portion of the opening part of my presentation I'm going to talk through very fast, because you have heard some excellent discussion this morning already about the value of the arts. But having been a former elected official, I articulate the value of the arts in a slightly different way. I talk about why the public should be investing in the arts. And I need to give you a disclaimer first. Yes, I am familiar with the development of public policy, having served as the mayor, but I was also a professional stage actress for 20 years.
So I have a bias, and I'm being upfront with announcing it. But as you may or may not know, unless you become a star, there usually means you have to have another job to continue to support yourself. So I also was a third grade teacher for 3 years in a public school system in upstate New York. I have run my own business, 2 of them, both successful, I'm pleased to tell you. The bottom line is I approach the arts not only with a passion, but also with a business point of view, and now also with a public policy point of view. And that's what this presentation is about. Why should Georgia continue to invest, and yes, invest more in the arts? Because Georgia's arts industry is an essential partner with other state agencies in your efforts towards increased prosperity and a better quality of life. And there's 4 general areas that is part of our charter as your state agency to support economic development, and because of that we work with the Department of Economic Development, community development, we work with DCA, educational attainment, and heritage preservation. And I'm going to cover these very quickly. You will see the stats there, and you've already heard them about, and you have a copy of this in your group. The third bullet is the one that no one else has spoken to. In fiscal year 2004, Georgia Council for the Arts gave away $4.01 million in grants directly to nonprofit arts organizations and other organizations that were nonprofit or units of government that were conducting arts programming. In that same year, GCA contractors' revenue was worth $156 million. Please understand, we do not fund every application that comes in the door. Neither does every nonprofit arts organization apply to GCA. So that is not a viable figure for statewide economic activity. Community development, nobody else has talked about. Community development fosters a shared community identity. If you hear the phrase, a great white way, you immediately think of the white lights of Broadway in New York City. If you hear someone say home a country, you know they're talking about Nashville. Just earlier this week, I was talking to a young man who called to ask some questions, and I was listening to his accent, and I said, now, from where in Georgia do you hail? And his answer, I hope, makes my point. Oh, I'm from the home of swamp gravy, was his answer. We all know where he's from. Communities with lots of arts amenities are most attractive. That's been covered. I'm going to move on. Communities with arts amenities attract younger, more educated populations. You've heard that. One of the things that you didn't hear in this morning's was the 4th bullet. Arts facilitate cultural understanding. If you've never been to the National Black Arts Festival here in Atlanta, going into, its 20th year now? Every ethnicity, every race, every heritage is represented in that audience. And if you go to Japan Fest, this probably the smallest minority of people in the crowd are of Japanese descent. Arts bring people together because they are universal. The arts, in terms of community development, and this you also did not hear about, serves as an engine for downtown and small town redevelopment. It was the arts that created the now fashionable Soho district in New York City. And in the mid-1990s, it was the arts that brought back the resurgence of Broughton Street in Savannah. And there are hundreds of other communities, cities, counties, towns that tell the exact same story. Educational attainment, you've heard it all. I'm just going to give you 2 examples from the state of Georgia. In fact, one just for time purposes. It's the 3rd bullet. Higher graduation rates because kids are staying in school is a direct result of arts participation. There's a group called Moving in the Spirit. It is an after-school program that teaches what they call life skills through the dance. And it happens down in southwest Atlanta. By life skills, they mean things like being on time, being ready to work when you get wherever you're going. Well, that school offers this, that program offers it in a school. When you compare the kids who have been through Moving in the Spirit to the other kids who live in the same neighborhood, kids who are in the same socioeconomic spread, kids who attend the same schools, kids who have the same curriculum, kids who have the same teachers. The kids that are in Moving the Spirit graduate from high school at a rate just over 90%. Unfortunately, the Atlanta school system doesn't enjoy that same rate. And then we've got heritage preservation, which is the other major value of the arts. To say that the arts are fundamental is to make a huge understatement. Since the beginning of recorded time, man has recorded his life through the arts. In the caves of Lascaux in southern France, we see scratches on the cave wall. It's clearly a man, stick figure though he is, clenching a spear. And the spear is clearly the limb of a tree with a stone shard attached to it with some kind of natural vine. That man is in the act of throwing the spear towards what is obviously a bison. That man, that earliest of men, used the arts to teach his son how to survive and how to clothe himself, how to feed his family. Every civilization since that caveman has used the arts for the same end. Oops, I went too far. Georgia is the home of 111 historic theaters that have been restored, are now performing arts centers and community centers. Why do cultural heritage tourists come to the South, gentlemen? They don't come to stay in our Ramada Inn or other hotels, or even to drive on our roads and pay for our gasoline tax, part of it at least. They come because this is the South. And it is our arts amenities that exemplify that, both in how they are welcomed into these facilities and the great artistic excellence that they are treated with. But it isn't just our arts amenity, it's architecture. Architecture is an art. And some of the best destination locations for tourists from out of the South and internationally are Georgia's fine old cities that have taken the time and the money to restore their public buildings and where the citizens have restored their private homes. The squares of Savannah, the state capitol that you folks funded to restore in Milledgeville, Main Street in Clayton, Georgia, up north in Rabun County, where the city invested in parallel parking, trees, curb cuts, and new lighting. And the property owners painted. And you know what stores are the most successful? Antique shops. The arts. All right, Reeves is pretty popular too. All right, I'll agree with you. I'd even shop there. Okay. So community restoration is an art form, and it has been very successful here in Georgia, not only in helping to these small communities and big ones thrive, survive, but also in attracting tourists. Heritage preservation deals not only with our own indigenous populations, but also with immigrant cultures. The arts enrich the tapestry of life, from the sweetgrass baskets of coastal Georgia to the potters of the North Georgia mountains, where they've recently opened now the Sawteenacuchee Museum for pottery. It's that big a deal. These traditional arts are not only wanted by our tourists, but they are the best way to sustain the best of our diversity. But there's one more value I have to talk about, and that's the intrinsic value of the arts. How does modern man relax? What is his most common form of recreation? It is the arts. No, gentlemen, it is not professional sports. It is the arts. For they entertain us, take us away from the hectic 24/7 world that we live in. The arts give us laughter and tears. They give us solace and insight. The arts teach us about ourselves and they teach us about others. And Georgians love their arts. And I don't have to do a poll to prove it. All I have to do is cite to you the results of once every 2 years, Giving USA. So in 2006, Giving USA, which measures charitable giving around the United States by state, ranked Georgia as number 11th in the giving by individuals and corporations to the arts. Georgians put their money where their hearts are. But if none of this has gotten to you, I'm going to make one more shot at it. I'd like you, please, to imagine the arts. Excuse me. I want you to imagine Georgia without the arts. Georgia without the arts. It would have to be colorless. It would have to be form or shapeless. It would have to be, I have to talk off the top of my head now because I can't find where I am in my notes. Colorless, shapeless, voiceless, soundless, motionless, and maybe even emotionless. And without a doubt, gentlemen, poor in every sense of the word. So, let's move on. Public funding for the arts. Every state in the union provides money for the arts. They do it in one of three ways: state appropriations, special taxes, I'm on screen 8, or through a trust mechanism. Every metropolitan statistical area in the United States also funds the arts. Sometimes it's the city, sometimes it's the county, and in many circumstances, including here in the capital region for Georgia, it is both. Both Fulton County and the city of Atlanta fund arts activities, or programming is what we call it, for their communities. And the federal government, of course, also funds through something called the National Endowment for the Arts. But there's one little story that I must tell you. GCA is very proud of its role as an agency of Georgia. But this role was best described by a grantor of ours recently we call them task force meetings. And I'm quoting him. A grant from GCA is an imprimatur. It says to all of our donors, be they corporate, individual, and or foundation, that we have passed the state's highest standards for delivering artistic excellence, for having a sound organization that will well use their charitable donation, and for making a positive impact on our community. The public dollars that you folks designate to the arts, which they receive from the state, our arts organization leverage those because in essence they're the good seal of housekeeping. They leverage them in raising other money. Quickly, the National Endowment for the Arts, $125 million. $40 million of that annually goes to the state and regional arts agencies. They also have a number of initiatives. Georgia this year is involved in 2 of them, American Masterpieces and Poetry Out Loud. I really wanted to do the Big Read, which is all about literacy and getting kids involved in literary arts. We simply did not have the money or the staff. But there's a little factoid there I want to share with you. The city of Berlin in Germany allocates 7 times the amount of money to the arts that the U.S., the federal government, supports to National Endowment for the Arts. I understand very much that the cultural traditions have existed longer in Europe than they have in America, just because they're older than we are. But given the millions of visitors Berlin entertains annually, people who travel to hear one of its 9 symphonies. We have 9 symphonies total in the state of Georgia. Berlin has 9 symphonies all by itself. They purchase tickets to one of its 50-plus theaters or a ticket to enter one of its 40-plus museums. You might begin to appreciate the economic impact community identity, educational attainment, and heritage preservation that Berlin enjoys today after it was essentially leveled by the end of World War II. State funding sources come from only one of three. I mentioned this before. Let's go into detail: appropriations. And on the other side of the package that I've given you, there is a chart. It is on green paper, and it shows, it's from NASA, which stands for National Assembly of State Arts Agencies, which is the research arm of the NEA, and it lists for you the 50 states plus some the other territories which also receive money from the NEA. They do these studies, and they look at the per capita to get to your question, sir. And you'll see that there's actually 3 different ratings of where Georgia stands. I contend to you that it's the last one over. No, we are not. We may indeed... You may indeed provide, through the Georgia Council for the Arts, 43 cents per capita, but we are not ranked 43rd in total funding. We are ranked 46th in the nation. Total funding. And that, I believe, is the figure that you should use. But to get to the question that you asked before, is there another way to look at that? And yes, sir, there is. And if you turn to the blue sheet of paper behind that green one, you will see it. And in this one, what NASA did is, it's on the other side of your, you got it. In this one, what the research arm did is they compared the total appropriation of each state against its total budget. And Georgia, the national average is 0.049%. That's the national average of what arts agencies get. And in Georgia, you folks are currently giving us 0.022%, less than half of the total budgets. Supplemental sources, more than 30 states, on to number 2, provide a supplemental source to the appropriation. They all do this through a special tax. I've listed them there for you. And in addition, there are trusts. 18 states have created trusts as a source of supplemental revenue for the arts. And if you go beyond the blue sheet of paper to the buff, it's a good thing my staff gets color in multiple pastels. One sheet beyond that in the buff, there is a 2-page descriptor of each of the trusts that exist in each of the 18 states for your edification. So that's how all the states fund the arts. Georgia's arts funding, there we are, ranked 46th in the nation, 43 cents per capita, and a great way to think of that is to look at the national average. And the national average is $1.17 per capita. Georgia, as was mentioned earliest, has the lowest state allocation among our sister southern states. Well, tell me about Georgia, I hope you're about to ask. I will. Our mission is access to the arts for all Georgians. And we measure that by literally determining how many counties did we get into last year. Are indeed we spreading the funds around? And our chairman, GCA's board chairman, Mrs. Williams, will be presenting that data in her presentation. Very simply put, Georgia Council for the Arts is divvied into 4 program areas, and you may recognize this terminology. Yes, we restructured the agency so that it follows the value of the arts. Alphabetically, arts education is number 1, where we have 4 grants that support educational attainment. Arts services, and this arena is for single discipline arts organizations. This is the real arts industry. Everybody else feeds off them. Everybody else feeds off the symphonies and the museums and the dance companies and the opera houses. Arts education feeds off of them. Heritage preservation feeds off of them. But the bottom line is art services are the foundational element here. We offer 2 grants, and those support economic development. And then we have community arts, where there's 3 grants offered, and traditional arts, again, where there are 2 grants offered. And if you want more information, I'll be happy to provide it, but lots of people want to talk, so I'm going to move on. We are here today Because a bill was presented last year which didn't move anyplace, we hope, I think I can say that for everybody, we hope that this study committee gets us to the point where something is done to further increase support for the arts. But I felt it was my responsibility here today to explain the original proposal that was presented and introduced as a bill, and it was called the Georgia's Arts Trust. And very simply, what it is a nonprofit entity which is both a public and a private partnership administered by Georgia Council for the Arts. And what I'd like to do is go through and explain all three of these. First, why is the state agency recommending a nonprofit entity? GCA is prohibited, because it is a state agency, from doing a number of things. First, we're absolutely prohibited from directly funding artists. And artists are, of course, the foundation of the arts industry, the backbone of that industry, and the backbone of many of the innovative industries that Georgia wants to attract. GCA is also prohibited from marketing and selling our artists' work. Without these tools, which are available to other states, Georgia is losing these most valuable of citizens. Joe Bankoff and Phil Jacobs told you about how their kids graduated from college with art degrees, and they know of other kids that are leaving. And they are. Artists are leaving Georgia because there isn't enough work here for them to make a living. They're leaving our state, and they're leaving their communities, which they can help prosper and grow. The Arts Trust, as a nonprofit entity, could do these things. Why a public-private partnership? Well, first of all, because precedents exist in the state of Georgia for the creation of public-private partnerships, where contributions from individuals, corporations, and the state combine to support key industries. The most recent, which has been the Georgia Tourism Foundation. Further, a study of the supplemental sources, dedicated taxes and trusts that other states have used, which was indeed conducted by the research arm of NEA, has shown that public sector funds are necessary to further stimulate private support. Hence, the idea of using a partnership. And then thirdly, administered by GCA. Why? Why have two entities with only one administrative arm? Well, by sharing the overhead costs of operating both the state agency and the Arts Trust, economy of services are created. A standard of high performance is ensured to the legislature. Rigorous adjudication is maintained. Expert grant making is utilized, and duplication of services is avoided. The Georgia Arts Trust further recommended establishment of a tax credit. The tax credit would be set at 50% of the donation to the Georgia Arts Trust, with a cap of $5,000 for individuals and $10,000 for corporations. But the tax credit would only be available when an equal to or greater donation is made to a Georgia nonprofit arts organization. That clause is very important. All right, how did this all come about? Well, having been a public policy person for a while, I looked at the three options. There's state appropriations. This is what happens to state agencies, where they get the money. Direct appropriations from you folks. And then there's special dedicated taxes. And then there's trusts. Let's take each one of them and talk about the viability of them. Option one, if the Georgia legislature wants to increase funding to the arts, which we hope and pray you do, what would it cost you to equal what Florida, which is the best funded southern state, right, offers? They give about $1.65 per capita. For you guys to do that, you would have to jump our appropriation from $3.9 million to over $13 million. Well, what if we just asked for you to go to where the national average is? Per capita national average is $1.17 per capita. That would still cost you an additional $9 million to match on top of the 3.9, which is what you're giving us. Given the very few discretionary dollars that you folks have available to you, I mean, everybody in this room who's read the paper knows your hands are tied for what, close to 80 or more % of the budget with education, transportation, and health? And there are 70 state agencies. So if we take rid of the 3 that I just mentioned, we're now down to 67 agencies that are fighting over the remaining dollars, that remaining 20%. I think the reality is, I hope I'm wrong, but I think the reality is for you guys to triple or quadruple the appropriation to Georgia Council for the Arts. Money that is needed, which I will prove to you later, I think is pie in the sky. And I'm an employee of yours, and I'm not supposed to bring you pie in the sky. So option 1 is out the door, and if I'm wrong, you tell me. So let's go to option number 2. The second option available for state agencies, and what you folks could do, would be to establish a dedicated tax to supplement the current appropriation. But GCA believes that neither the governor nor the leadership in the General Assembly would endorse such a proposal. If I'm wrong, correct me. Option number 3 is the only one left. And that's the creation of a trust that establishes a tax credit for the public sector encouragement of private giving. In Georgia, it offers an additional plus, this trust does, because remember the factoid I gave you earlier. Georgia is ranked 11th in the nation in its citizens already giving to the arts. And research has found that public sector support is critical in stimulating private support. Thus, a tax credit plus the agency's current appropriation, Georgia can better support Georgia's arts industry. Well, let's get to that second bullet. When an equal to or greater donation is made to a Georgia nonprofit arts organization. Without this clause, the Arts Trust would be in direct competition for donations with its clients, a scenario akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul. If I go to Bell South and ask for money, our clients can legitimately say, you're taking money out of our mouths. In 2004, the arts organizations that were funded by Georgia Council for the Arts raised almost 40% of their revenue from donations. If the state competes with them in that directly in charitable donations, the result would be devastating. A real hurt to the arts industry. Further, this requirement takes advantage of what economists call, and now this gets technical, so bear with me, elasticity of donations. Tax credit reduces the net cost of the donation to the point where giving is increased. Researchers have documented this phenomena in every state where a tax credit has been created for a charitable purpose. The level of giving rises, and I'd like to demonstrate that for you. Elasticity of donations. Scenario number 1. Mr. Smith annually contributes $10,000 to his favorite arts organization. Let's assume Mr. Smith pays his federal taxes at the bracket rate of 28%. The net cost to Mr. Smith is only $6,600 because he gets $2,800 deduction on his federal return and a $600 deduction, Georgia's income tax bracket is 6%, from his Georgia return. And you see the numbers there. Donation 10, U.S. return 28, Georgia return 600, net cost $6,600. Mr. Smith has just saved $3,400. Well, let's pretend it's the next year. and the Georgia Arts Trust exists. And we're on to slide number 17. With the Georgia Arts Trust, Mr. Smith, with the advice of his financial advisor or his trust officer from his bank, contributes $10,000 to his favorite nonprofit arts organization and another $10,000 to the Georgia Arts Trust. His net cost is only $9,900. Wait a minute, that's $100 less than what he gave the year before. Well, he's going to get $5,600 off on his U.S. return. That's 28% of $20,000. He's going to get a $5,000 dollar-for-dollar reduction in his tax liability. That's the $5,000. And then, because remember, there's a 50% cap. And then on the remaining 50%, he's going to get his 6% or $300. His net cost is $9,900. For a $20,000 donation, Mr. Smith saved $10,100. But $20,000 was added to support of the arts in the state of Georgia. Even smaller dollar donors benefit. Mrs. Jones annually gives $5,000 to her favorite local arts organization. Assuming that she's in the same tax bracket, this donation only costs Mrs. Jones $3,300. She saves $1,700. But the year later, when the Georgia Arts Trust has been created, Mrs. Jones gives $10,000. Yes, she doubles her contribution because her financial advisor explains to her the benefits. $5,000 to her local arts organization and $5,000 to the trust. Her net cost is only $4,550, less than the sole donation to her favorite arts organization the year before. Mrs. Jones is now saving $5,450. But what about even smaller yet donors? Ms. Green annually gives $200 to her local arts council. Let's assume she's at the 15% tax bracket. The U.S. and Georgia deductions save her $42. With the Georgia Arts Trust, she gives $400, $200 to the Arts Council and $200 to GAT. Sorry, I abbreviate GAT for Georgia Arts Trust. With a direct write-off of $100 on her Georgia return, again 50%, she saves $163, 80% of her original contribution to the local arts council. Ken Hagany, the state economist, completed the fiscal note for this bill last year. His projections are for $7.960 million to come into the Georgia Arts Trust, the way I've just articulated it for you, annually, with a $3.582 million, my apologies, the M was left out, decrease in state revenues. In other words, under this scenario, Georgia's arts organizations would still get their $7.960 million. The Georgia Arts Trust would also get $7.960 million. And the state would be contributing $3.582 million. Gentlemen, that's a 4-to-1 leverage of private versus public dollars. The total winds up being 14, 15, 16, almost $20 million. 16 million of that going directly to support arts programming. Less than 4 million of that, again, a 4-to-1 ratio, going into the being lost from your revenues and being contributed directly to arts. The Georgia Arts Trust structure that we recommended was creation of a board of trustees who would be appointees by yours from congressional district distribution plus partner state agencies. We also strongly recommended the creation of an advisory board, a standing committee of the trust made up of board members of arts organizations of various sizes and again dispersed across congressional districts, bringing the people who are actually creating access to the arts into the decision-making process. And then, of course, having GCA be the administrative arm with its economies of services. was the third recommendation. What would the responsibilities of the Georgia Arts Trust be? Very simply, it would be to receive, retain, and invest donations and grants while distributing funds through grants, loans, and contracts. This is our recommendation only. And this is how we would recommend dispersal of the funds that came into the Arts Trust. 60% of the annual proceeds in the Arts Trust would be dispersed through grants. The accumulated proceeds, what I mean by that, are the total of the annual donations, the reserves, and the earned interest. 30% of the total accumulated proceeds would be put into the reserve program to serve as principal growth for the Arts Trust, as well as for stabilization of grants in times of economic downturn. GCA also recommends that 10% of the accumulated proceeds be dedicated to what we call opportunity programs, or 3 unique needs of the Georgia arts industry in Georgia, things which Georgia Council for the Arts either cannot do by regulation or by law, or doesn't have the money to do. And the first one is loans. Loans to nonprofit arts organizations for emergency capital needs at the same interest rate is what we're proposing as the Arts Trust would be earning. Our state's arts organizations are undercapitalized. As example, during the summer months, if a main venue, facility for arts performances, air conditioning dies, the chances are that the doors might have to close. For that organization, the only alternative it currently has is to go to the commercial marketplace for their loan. Helping to stabilize our nonprofits with lower loan interest rates would be a valuable service that Georgia Council for the Arts cannot do, but that the Arts Trust could. Additionally, the federal government's mandate for ADA accessibility and its accompanying costs does not allow local communities to reuse existing buildings for arts programming. The Georgia Arts Trust could be of enormous assistance in this area to meet this need, creating venues across the state. There are no venues for arts programming in many counties in Georgia. Secondly would be research. It's desperately needed, gentlemen. There has never been a statewide economic impact study of the arts industry in Georgia. There have been studies done here in the metro Atlanta area, but none statewide. Over 2/3 of all the states have already conducted their first, many of them are into their second, third, and fourth economic impact study, but unfortunately Georgia's arts industry is in a research vacuum. There are other research projects other than economic impact which would be of enormous assistance to the trustees, to the advisory board, and to Georgia Council for the Arts, enabling us to make appropriate funding decisions. And part of research is experimentation. And what Joe Bankoff was talking about this morning in terms of providing funding not equitably, but to a single organization because it has a great idea. It follows the literature and the research that's been done, for example, in arts education. As a state agency, I can't do that. But the Arts Trust could in the form of a pilot program. And last, match grants. Matching funds are standard for grants, whether they're given by the National Endowment for the Arts, given by private foundations, and also given by Georgia Council for the Arts. Most of our grants require a 1-to-1 match. GCA has not been able to apply, however, to the National Endowment for the Arts extra grants because we have not had the guaranteed funds to match those grant funds. And the same is true for our clients. By developing standards and making such disbursements, the Arts Trust could actually be assisting Georgia's arts industry in bringing more dollars into the state from both the federal government and from private foundations for arts endeavors. Just 2 more slides to go and I can shut up. What kind of programs would you see, Susan? I'm imagining you're asking me this question. What kind of programs could the Arts Trust fund? Well, I'm going to give you the general areas here. Certainly, there is an enormous need for arts education grants. Currently, the Department of Education does not fund professional development in arts integration. It doesn't fund in-school arts residency. It doesn't fund after-school or summer school arts enrichment or core curriculum programs that enhance arts enrichment. Those, and I'm sure everybody in the room could come up with more. Currently, GCA awards a maximum of 2.17% of an arts organization's previous year budget. Now that's whether it's an art service organization, single discipline, or community-based organization, multidiscipline. 2.17%. Other states offer as much as 15%. GCA's current maximum amount, it used to be $100,000 for these awards, these grants. It is now down to $87,875 because our appropriations have descended 30% since their high in 2002. Third, cultural heritage tourism grants. GCA is a key source for heritage preservation grants to directly assist the state's tourism and arts nonprofits, but the current budget for this is only $100,000. No state agency offers grant funding for public art. That element of urban design which so richly enhances a community, whether it's historical or symbolic or even playful. 5, GCA does not have the funding to provide, you asked the questions, Representative Rice, we do not have the funds to provide mobile art exhibits or tours across the state. You know, everyone thinks that Fulton has a plethora of arts organization and opportunities, and it does. But to the federal government, Fulton County and every other county in the state of Georgia is defined in terms of the arts as being underserved. By their definition, underserved means there's no access because there are no arts organization, or access is limited because of economic condition. The price tag, you're saying, you suggested earlier, why don't they raise their ticket price? Well, right now the ticket price is so high that enough of a proportion, I don't know the number. If you didn't, my apologies. But the majority of Fulton County residents cannot afford to purchase tickets to events by arts institutions in Fulton County. Access to the arts is limited. Many years ago, long before I was with Georgia Council for the Arts, Bell South funded a program where they bought I've only heard about it, where they bought a bus and they put state art collection artwork on it and they took it around and they had art teachers. I heard it was a wonderfully successful program. We don't have the funds to do that anymore. 6, artist marketing grants. Because GCA may not directly fund our artists or make sales of their work, the Arts Trust could literally design and build Made in Georgia, a website dedicated to the artworks of our fine artists and our craft artisans. And B, the Georgia Arts Trust could display our artists' works for purchase in Georgia's welcome centers on the interstate highways. Other states do that. We, the state agency, is prohibited. Our intent today was to provide a viable option to increasing state support to our deserving arts industry. Enabling Georgia Council for the Arts to be a better partner with other state agencies in promoting economic and community development, educational attainment, and heritage preservation across Georgia. That this study committee has been formed, that it's working so diligently, I consider a huge victory. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Susan. Questions?
I have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
State the microphone, I appreciate it. I have a bad habit of looking at data.
Yeah, I shouldn't have given it to you while I was talking, I know.
But, as I look down this list of, on the blue sheet,
yes, sir.
Percentage of state general fund expenditures for the arts type of thing. What I find interesting in here is that the average of all 50 states is $5.8 million, and Georgia is at 3.9. So the real number, in terms of whether we're 46th or 125th or whatever it might be, the real number is actually, on average, only about $1 million, $1.8 million, something like that, difference in what the average is for the state. The more compelling, the more interesting, and I don't know the answer to this, but I'd really like to have an answer to this, is that, the Republic of California, the third country in the world, state here, in the country, they have a budget of 90 million, this can't be right. It can't be right.
I'm getting my copy out. Maybe I can be of assistance.
No, it is right. It's $90 billion. And their expenditure for the arts is $2.1 million.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Well, how does
4 years ago,
the greatest statement in the country in terms of arts do $2 million for the state agency?
if I remember correctly, for the year before the new governor of Florida, California, came into office, the budget for the state of California was I really don't know the figure. I'm guessing, old memory, old lady. It was over $30 million a year. And when he came into office, obviously he was, from a public policy point of view, he was facing some serious problems, and the arts were drastically cut.
$30 million a year on a $90 billion budget, it's less than Georgia.
Yeah. You were making the point, if I could respond to the first part of your statement about not using per capita, which you raised earlier. Our charter says that we have to access to the arts for all Georgians. I suppose Georgia Council for the Arts could take our $3.9 million plus the $630,000, I'm quoting now 06 figures, the $630,000 we got from the National Endowment for the Arts, and we could divvy that, just write a check, and divvy, except that wouldn't be legal, but you get my point.
That wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, and it wouldn't make sense either, because that would not give the citizens of Georgia enough money to go see, participate in the arts, which I hope you agree there's value to that, to doing that. Right. So a per capita calculation is very important to us in terms of making the assessment of, well, I've got, the bureaucracy of the state of Georgia says, Susan, you've got to get money into every state in this county. And then we're going to look at how well you did. And then we're going to report that to you folks, the elected officials. So if I've got to get money into every county, I've got to look at a dispersal system that's based upon a single common measurement.
Yeah, I'm really not advocating.
Okay, all right, then I'll shut up.
Let me ask you another question.
Sure.
These are your numbers, so
Actually, they're the National Endowment for the Arts numbers.
they're your folder.
Okay.
I think you're responsible.
All right, all right. He's tough. Yeah.
Texas has a budget of $32 billion. They spend $4.2 million.
I mean, I got to get to the right list here. That's right. They spend less than us.
You know, and more interestingly enough, Washington and Seattle and so on, their arts colony up there, which is a big arts colony, they only spend $2.3 million.
But if you go back to the previous page, Texas also has a specialized.
Well, that was my question.
Yeah.
I mean, is there? I'm looking at the percentage of the general budget. Are there?
And that's only the budget. That's not the special taxes or the trusts. That's only the budget.
No, okay.
Okay? So the extra funds that they get don't show in the green chart.
Better numbers than that, then. Something that represents the true effect of what they spend. Also, I don't know if they service as debt guarantors for any of these organizations. You know, I'm talking about where they have capital funding.
And the buff sheets in the package discuss the structure and the spending responsibilities of the trust. They're all very different. And what I proposed to you, sir, were ideas.
No, I see.
I'm not the end-all and be-all. Okay. Thank you.
That's good.
All right.
Here's another question. On the, just as I don't know the answer to this, I'm really question. Is it $3.9 million that we do spend right now for the Jewish Catholic Arts?
Yes, sir.
Break that out. What's the personal services line of that, which is normally the largest part of the budget item, as opposed to what actually goes out the door?
4% of the total appropriation is everything that we spend on administrative overhead, and that includes personnel. It's everything. 4%. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I may have picked it up wrong, but your comment on the NEA and the absence of a guaranteed match.
Yes, sir.
You got money from the NEA.
There are many different kinds of grants. Georgia is one of the 50 states and the territories that are not guaranteed a grant. We still have to compete for what's called our partnership, state partnership grant. But I do have to match it. I match it with the appropriation funds. So $630,000 of the money that we got in 2006 from NEA was matched by $630,000 of yours. But then there are other grants that we could go after. I'll give you an example. One of them is something called the Folklife Infrastructure Grant. I've actually applied for it for fiscal year 08. And that's because I'm allowed to use existing expenditures towards the match. So we have a traditional arts manager whom I can only afford to fund 20 hours a week. We have asked for that grant to fund her full-time. And so the net result is the money that I'm spending her becomes the match. The difficulty that our arts organizations have and that GCA has with other NEA grants is that you cannot use what they call in-kind matches. It has to be cold, hard dollars. And that's always true, almost always true, of private foundations.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Too fast.
As I finish my bite, I'm sorry. I was missing. There were other responsibilities I had to go.
Understood, Representative Ash.
Help me back with that 4% number. I didn't understand your question, Representative, nor your answer.
How much does it cost to run?
4% of our total allocation we actually spend on administrative overhead.
And that includes rent and telephones and all that sort of
Yes,
stuff?
ma'am.
4%. What size staff?
Well, there are. I'm taking her speech, which isn't fair. Very quickly, we have 12 position lines. but only 1/3 of them are full-time. And that's one of the ways I've been trying to save money.
Has there historically been a relationship between the Georgia Council for the Arts and the Department of Education? And how does that relationship impact both your staff responsibilities and the delivery of services to schools?
I have been with Georgia Council for the Arts. It will be 3 years in January, and I have met with Ms. Cox once. Recently, I was very pleased that notifications of our grants are now being disseminated through their communication structure. And I informed Mrs. Cox of the grant structures that we have and what our purpose and intent is.
When one of those grants goes into a school, what is the accountability evaluation measure that's used to measure its value? And do you do that, or does the school do that? How does all that work?
Our grants require that they design an evaluation methodology which must be presented in the application and approved in the peer review panel adjudication. And then they are responsible by the end of the fiscal year for informing us of providing us with all of the data of that evaluation methodology. So, and they don't get their last part of the grant funds until that's in. You're welcome.
One quick one.
Yes, sir.
You're talking about the marketing and the welcome centers, and you said it's not being done in Georgia. Have we formally requested it and it's been turned down?
It's not allowed in Georgia because of some constitutional clause. And I'm sorry, I can't.
That's all right.
We can't. We literally can't do it. So, but a nonprofit arts trust could.
Okay.
And the same thing would be true of the Made in Georgia website.
Legal counsel get that.
Yeah.
No, because I want to see how I can help that.
I don't want to say this aloud. I'll come over and tell you what clause I think it is, but it's only a guess. All right?
Thanks.
Thanks,
Susan.
Thank you.
Kathleen, you've been very patient. It's your turn.
Same old crew, plus.
Susan, do you want this computer off here?
It's not mine. I'm afraid to touch it.
Okay.
It's not mine. You're all right, Abby.
If you would. That's fine. Thanks. I am indeed a footnote to Susan Weiner. My name is Kathy Williams. I'm the chairman of the Georgia Council for the Arts Advisory Board. I was appointed August 2004 by Governor Perdue. So I've learned a lot in 2 years, and it seemed appropriate that after Susan, our truly secret weapon at the Georgia Council, after she talked to you, I would follow up.
I've never heard anything about Susan's secret. That's fine.
Okay. But what I have to tell you is more about the council and what we've done and what we're doing. But before I start, I've listened, as you have heard, that arts make good students. And I'm here to say that I believe arts make good citizens. So let me begin my talk here. Did you happen to see, as I did, in USA Today, November the 2nd, there was an article, Arts Participants Make Better Citizens. There was a 2002 National Endowment for the Arts survey, which interviewed more than 17,000 people, ages 18 or older, over the space of a year, about their participation in arts activities. And the findings are, people who participate in the arts are twice as likely to volunteer in their communities as those who don't. The study found that 51% of people who regularly visited art museums, plays, or concerts also did volunteer work, compared with 19% of the non-attendees. And the chairman of the NEA was quoted as saying, "Healthy communities depend upon active and involved citizens. The arts play an irreplaceable role in producing both these citizens and the communities." So, yes, we make smart kids, but we make better citizens along the way. As Susan explained, we believe at Georgia Council that the arts industry of Georgia the industry needs more support from the state. And I believe, and I hope to persuade you today, that based on the performance over the past 3 years, Georgia Council for the Arts deserves the privilege of administering the activities of the Georgia Arts Trust. We're just taking a leap. We think it's a great idea. We hope that all of you do too. So when it comes time to implement it, we think that we can do the best job. Let me just tell you, as we look together, some statistics that support this. In fiscal year 2003, fewer than 90 of the state's 159 counties were served or received an award from GCA. At that time, 2003, the appropriation was almost $4.5 million, and 343 awards were given. And those figures do reflect the performance of the council through the 90s up through 2004. In January 2004, you may remember this, the Department of Audits and Accounts published its performance audit of the agency. I believe that account or that audit was released the day that Susan showed up for work. Department of Audits criticized the use of operating support grants, the lack of statewide reach, the lack of contract controls, and the lack of conservation and preservation of the state art collection. The numbers since 2004 tell a very different story, and I would like to share those with you. So on the first page of my 2-page presentation, you have a chart. If we can look at that. It shows you very succinctly the state appropriation the county served and the number of awards we gave. Look what's happened. In 4 years, the state appropriation has gone down. But the number of counties we are serving has gone up from 87 counties to 159. And I have a little note down there, which if you do the math, shows that we have had a 55% growth in statewide reach. Now let's go to the last column. In 2003, GCA awarded 343 contracts. We are on target to award this year 507. Now that's an amazing growth, and I want to speak to that and how we've been able to do it. We've also grown the number of new applicants, because as the state grows and as the arts industry grows, we need to reach more. So notice what happened in 2004. We had 33 new applicants, and that continues to grow. 2006, 41 new applicants. I think pictures are powerful, so I put this on my very first page. As GCA has grown the number of new applicants and the total number of awards given, please know that these performance improvements we've achieved these despite these facts. And Representative Ash, to your question, 1/3 of GCA staff is part-time. In order to finance required database and software upgrades as well as hardware purchases, 4 of our 12 staffers work for fewer than 40 hours a week. The hours per week are down, the number of awards up, and we are so proud of the fact that we have not reduced the grants line, which is the money we give away, since fiscal year 2004. Also, one of you asked, between 2004 and 2006, we don't have a marketing budget. So what we've done in order to identify and assist arts organizations in every county in Georgia, especially the emerging ones, the very beginning ones, GCA has used public speaking. Guess who's our best public speaker? Public speaking, telephone calls, and staff-produced PowerPoint presentations. We have literally done the marketing ourselves. There were no funds to print brochures or distribute them around the state, and yet we were able to grow the number of new applicants. And you can imagine how much time, attention, and coordination it requires to manage 2/3 more the number of awards with 18% less staff. So when Susan told you that during 2006, only 4% of our agency's state allocation funded administration costs, you have to realize what an achievement that really is. I mean, we all know charities whose administrative costs approach 10-15%. And here we are, a government agency, and we are performing with 4% administration costs. Finally, a note that's something dear to my heart. Did you know that we have a more than 600-piece state art collection? It is phenomenal. It's exciting. It's wonderful. It's housed in the GPB building where we are too. We have no money. We have never had money to maintain, display, or add to the state art collection. So what we've done, in fact, we've started this, it's been 2 years in the making. The state art collection has been inventoried. We literally had to go down to the basement and find some pieces down there. Digitally photographed by a professional photographer from Athens, and we are about to launch a new website. It's going to be a big deal. We're having a big ceremony because this has been a project long in the making. You will be able to go to a website where you will see all the images of the state art collection with lesson plans for teachers, bios of the state artists, links, I think, somewhere else. We had a display the other day. It's a very professional thing. We've done this with money that we've used interns. We've hired interns to help us do this. No, we've actually, no, they've done the technical stuff, the collecting and all of that. The teachers, we've had teachers submit lesson plans. Do you want to speak to that, Susan? How did we get our lesson plans?
They were requests for proposals, and teachers and artists got together and wrote, literally teachers in Georgia wrote the lesson plans, and we're putting them up on the web so that they will be available to every teacher in Georgia. And it's based upon an artwork in the collection.
So it's not based upon a standard?
It required a standard, either a national, QCC, or those are the only two choices. Yes, it required a correlation to an academic core curriculum, national or state standard.
And is there a national standard for the arts?
Yes, ma'am, there is.
And so that, I gather, is the one
And
we
national
don't have
performance standards, yes, ma'am. And so those are in there as well as QCC.
Although QC has been replaced by the performance standards? Right.
And performance standards aren't written in every subject area yet, though. And not the arts, and not, I don't believe they're finished, and I could be
Do we have
wrong.
old QCC standards for the arts?
Also,
We have old standards, yes.
yes. And also, when these lesson plans have been written over the last 3 years, so some of them, the QCC was the standard now. Okay?
Okay, so we believe that GCA is lean, efficient, and highly productive. Sounds boastful, but I think the figures support it. According to the fiscal note, and this was back to the Arts Trust, Susan talked about the fiscal note prepared with the legislation. The state of Georgia will contribute $3.65 million of its revenues to the Georgia Arts Trust. If you add, through the tax credit money, if you add that to the $3.9 million state appropriation, the total is 69% more than the 2002 state appropriation. That 69% increase is equal to GCA's improvement in its distribution to Georgia counties, and it's almost equal to the increase in the number of awards it has delivered. And I'm here representing the entire advisory board, all of us. Strongly ask for your support to consider this Georgia Arts Trust legislation seriously as a means of addressing some of the things you've heard all day long about the need for increased funding for arts in Georgia. The notes support some of the math that we've come up with, so I'm not going to bother to read those to you. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. You said it was introduced last session. Was it 05, 06? Which? It was 06.
Fiscal year.
Fiscal year 07, so it was introduced last
I know who the sponsor
February.
was. Okay. Mark was the sponsor. Okay.
Correct.
And when we're talking about the state art collection, does that include the statues and the grounds?
No.
That's
This
building
is
authority.
something that is
Gotta do something to fix
self-contained, was bought over 20 years
Right.
through state money.
Somebody this morning talked about the issue of supplanting funds that are already going to arts agencies. And I keep hearing that as I travel the state and talk to folks who are involved. Real concern that this trust won't represent new dollars, but will at least in some way represent a shift of how dollars are contributed. What's the answer?
We have heard it too, and I believe that I'm going to let Susan answer it because it goes to your 3 examples. It talks about because the tax credit in fact saves you money, the research findings suggest that donors will willingly part with more money than they would have without the tax credit. Am I representing this? Because this, Representative Ash, this is indeed what we have heard. So I hope we can address this right just head on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The research that Ken Hageney did demonstrates in every other state in the Union, when a tax credit for charitable purposes was created, the level of giving rose. It went up.
But the concern I keep hearing is that for individuals, they have a pot of money that
And that
they
they would
give.
split it, and so that what was given to the nonprofit would come down. And according to, I'm not an economist, it's this concept of elasticity of donations, and the net result in every other state is that the amount of giving rises. People don't divide their pot of money, they increase their pot of money that they give away.
And does it show that the pot of money given to the nonprofits rises and the amount of money given to the trust rises at the same time? Or does one boat either rise just a little bit and the other boat rise a lot?
I will have to go to the to the emails that I've gotten from Ken to see if he addresses that. The language that I have, which is research-based, says the size of the pot grows. And that's my assumption was to accommodate the ability to get the tax credit. So I guess, but I'm guessing. So I'm going to get you the answer to that, okay?
Because that's the core of the concern. That the arts organizations that have for so long been dependent upon their own ability to raise money,
yes,
they're not going to be able to offer this tax credit. The state's offering a tax credit, and sure, some of that money may come back to that organization, but it's sure not guaranteed. And as a donor, am I going to keep giving to the people I've been given to with no tax credit, or is my accountant going to tell me to give to the tax creditable one?
the tax credit, the second clause in our recommendation, is only available to the donor when an equal or greater amount is provided to a Georgia nonprofit arts organization. Because of that clause, we do not believe that the amount will go down. We do believe that a rising tide raises all boats, and that the research evidence says that the pot of money that is given away now grows.
I think that needs to really be clear to folks, because if I'm giving $5,000 away now, and I choose to give $2,500 to that nonprofit I've been given $5,000 to, and put that matching gift into this trust, my accountant will be happy. The trust will grow, but that nonprofit might suffer.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the concern.
That's the concern. And again, I will get you site-specific.
Thanks.
That is not what has happened in other states.
Chairman Rice has been so shy all day, but he finally agreed to ask a couple of questions.
I got order, Mrs. You didn't buy me lunch. We bought you lunch. Thank you for coming, Ms. Williams. I appreciate your volunteer spirit in terms of doing this job. It is volunteer.
It is volunteer. It is volunteer.
Okay, good. I was looking down some of your numbers, and I want to express a little bit of concern about the way I look at the numbers a little differently than you look at them. What I'm looking at is let's say 500 awards on a $3.9 million budget. It's probably about $7,500 per award average. That's what the numbers would indicate. Now, I know your top one is around $87,000, right? Which means that the average would go down if you took that outlier out of your numbers. So as the number of awards grow, what you've done effectively is lower the average amount that you're giving to each one of the organizations.
But you understand that different grants have different stipends that go with them.
Yeah, let me finish my point. My point is that many nonprofits that I know of said, it's better to probably single out one organization and give them more than to dribble it out to a bunch of people. And I guess the question you'd also have to ask would be, with the expansion to the number of counties served and things like that, is there kind of a politicization type of thing here that says equal grants for everybody type of a thing, or is that where we're going with this? Because I think it's great that you made an $87,000 grant. Maybe we should only make 10 grants and do
Except that the stated mission, when Georgia Council was created, if I understand this right, the stated mission is equal access to the arts for all Georgians. So who's to say that the Swainsboro Arts Council isn't, doing something as important in their community as someone else somewhere else? Equal access means every arts organization has the right to come forward, present to us a proposal, a grant, we adjudicate. And having served on many of those panels, let me just assure you that we have rigorous adjudication processes. I have been very impressed with the panelists who have served. I served with a gentleman, I'm talking too long to your question, but I served with a gentleman who also was an NEA panelist. And he left, it was his first experience in Georgia, and he left the room impressed at how much we require, at how we compare the budgets and so on. In fact, to be honest with you, some arts organizations throw their hands up and say, for this little money, why do I put myself through this rigorous examination process? I don't see a politicization because we are competitive in the awards. We do not believe you are entitled to money. We believe that the process, you earn the money. That's why Susan talked about the stamp of excellence if you get a Georgia Council for the Arts Award.
Okay. Let me move on. Out of the 500 awards, just looking at it, you got 12 people in the organization. That means that each person, on average, is handling 42 awards a year. That means they're given less than a week's time, probably, to assessing the award and determining whether or not they should make it or not. Do you think that's enough?
Susan, would you like to speak to that? Because I know how you work your staff.
Susan, why don't you come to the mic so make sure we have it on the...
Don't move, Captain.
No, I do, because I know how you work your 12 people.
The larger question is, how would you proceed to administer more awards if you had more money?
I'm going to state the obvious, sir. We are at our limit. We cannot grow anymore as a staff and continue to do our job well.
How much time does it take to evaluate an award. Obviously,
It depends.
The $85,000 one would take more than the $5,000 one.
It depends upon the grant itself. Some of them can take as little as a half hour to read. Some of them take 2 and 3 hours to read. Some of our grant applications go on for 25 pages. So it varies. There are 4 program managers who are responsible for each of the 4 program areas. The rest of the staff is support, and we all work together to make it happen. There is someone who just looks at every budget, make sure that the numbers add up. We have also, part of the reason why we have so many part-time people is because the state was not keeping up with mandates from the NEA in terms of database reporting of information. And that was because there had not been improvements made to the database systems or the computer systems for collecting data. All of that has been brought up to speed, and part of that now is our clients actually apply their budget portion of what they do actually comes to us electronically, and it's all checked out. So we spent money on the technical administrative side, which has reduced the staff reading time size.
Okay.
We've done a number of efficiencies to do that. But you are absolutely right. We're at our limit.
All right, let me just, the final thing.
Yes, sir.
On the issue of politicization. That's a
tough word.
That is really good. Do you get a lot of calls and letters from elected officials in terms of their desire for support of various grants?
No, sir, we don't. We do inform every member of the General Assembly when a grant is distributed to an organization within their county. We've not had the ability to do it within their district. I think we're there, though, with this coming year. No, very seldom has that happened. And in terms of the politicization, this is an area that the council, the advisory board, and the staff work together very hard on. There are no political judgments where these grants are concerned. There's a peer review panel process which duplicates the NEA process, which was developed after the Serrano and the other problems that the NEA had back in the 80s. Every decision that is made, it comes made by, I don't decide who gets the money. No staff decides. It is the peer review panel that goes straight to the advisory board, which endorses or doesn't endorse, and then it goes to the governor. I do not even read the applications until after the awards are announced, so that there can be no accusation of politicization. Thank you. And just one last point. Much to the field of applicants' concern, the publications that define the guidelines for making application have grown enormously. And this was the agency's decision to make the process of applying and receiving an award transparent. Every rule is written down, and the staff and the advisory board follow those rules.
Thank you.
Thank you both so very, very much. We've been joined by Representative Pat Gardner and Representative-elect Margaret Kaiser. You're all welcome to come up with us. Come on up here. Margaret, you need to get used to this.
And Pat needs a ride home in Silver.
Oh, Pat needs a ride home.
Because you'll notice that she's walking beautifully.
Yeah.
It's a brand new hip.
Oh. Well, glad to have you. Thank you. Okay, next on the list we had Morgan, is it Timmis? And thank you for being so patient, Morgan.
Good afternoon. Representative Ash. You know me as Gail Timmis, fellow Leadership Atlanta class member. I haven't seen you in a very long time. I'm here representing Roswell and our City of Roswell Cultural Arts Board. My position is the Historic and Cultural Affairs Manager with the City of Roswell, and I am the staff liaison to that board. So I will just simply read to you a statement on their behalf. On behalf of the Roswell Cultural Arts Board, a body of 7 volunteer citizen residents of Roswell, appointed by the mayor and confirmed by City Council, I'm here to speak in support of increased funding for the arts in Georgia. As a board and as Georgia citizens, the Roswell Cultural Arts Board urges you to recommend enhancement of the state's funding levels for both arts education and the Georgia Council for the Arts. There are numerous studies and endless statistics which demonstrate the unmistakably positive impact of the arts on children's education, our local, state, and national economies, the development and strengthening of social capital within our communities, and more, not to mention the fundamentally vital intrinsic value of the arts in any great culture. We are sure you have either already been flooded with such statistics and studies or will be in the course of your investigation. And the notion that we have shifted squarely into a knowledge-based economy utterly dependent upon the, quote, rising creative class, to quote Richard Florida, for its ability to thrive and flourish is not a new one either. I personally recently attended a conference in Charlotte called Cultivating Creative Communities, which convened experts from around the country to examine the areas of creativity, amenities, sustainability, and equity. It was impossible to discuss these concepts and themes without returning time and again to the absolute necessity of cultivating a rich cultural life in any community that wishes to attract the creative class and therefore business, wishes to provide an animated, exciting social environment for its residents, and wishes to nurture and enrich its citizens, primarily children. In Roswell, we have over 20-plus arts and culture-related organizations which offer a wide array of opportunities for our nearly 90,000 citizens to experience the arts and culture. However, the majority are small groups that constantly struggle to stay afloat, thereby inhibiting their ability to market themselves sufficiently in order to build audiences, which results in flat or decreasing revenues, which cripples their ability to branch out creatively, etc., 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 a vicious downward cycle. Although I don't have exact figures, we believe that less than 1/4 of these organizations have applied for public support from either the county or the state, nor do we currently offer a local contracts for services program in Roswell in support of these groups. However, the board is currently surveying these groups to determine if they would apply should a local contracts for services program be established. If indications are that such a program would be helpful, the Roswell Cultural Arts Board will need to secure sources of revenues to fund the program. Although they are exploring local sources and mechanisms for establishing a dedicated revenue stream, the board would find it a great benefit to be able to turn to the state for some amount of funding that could be used as pass-through funds, much like the NEA funds are used by states and counties. These sorts of programs are great leveraging tools which challenge cultural organizations to find additional outside funding and which support efforts to undertake programs or services primarily geared to underserved populations, not otherwise being afforded sufficient access to the arts. We feel there is a large number of Georgians, not just in Roswell, but across the state, that have limited access to arts and culture-related programming due to geography, economic conditions, ethnic background, disability, and age. In addition to the need to support our local arts and cultural organizations, the Roswell Cultural Arts Board is in the very early stages of exploring the possible expansion of our Cultural Arts Center, which contains a 600-seat theater. This facility is woefully outdated in many ways, and we are busting at the seams with users. We are constantly turning away potential user groups that would like to present wonderful arts programming. We very much need to add a second stage and various ancillary support spaces with an estimated price tag of $14 million. Again, should these plans develop further with the support of our mayor and council, the Cultural Arts Board will be leading an effort to find much-needed additional outside funding sources. A statewide program which supports such greatly needed capital expenditures for arts and culture-related facilities should also be on the table for consideration. We understand that Georgia has one of the lowest levels of state funding for the arts in the country and is dead last among the southern states. On the other hand, we are third in the nation in the number of Fortune 500 companies located here. These companies do their part to support the arts. It would seem fair and equitable for the state to step up to the plate and provide at least enough funding to equal something more than the currently dismal amount of less than $1 per person now provided. And if support for arts education for our children is not increased, well, all these discussions will become moot because there will be no future audiences. Georgians deserve the same benefits that other states in our country already regard as a #1 priority. Such states as Louisiana, Ohio, Oregon, Texas, and Utah all allocate state money or support bonds that help to preserve or renovate, encourage public artwork, provide county grants, boost music, art education programs, and help fund community and cultural facilities. The Roswell Cultural Arts Board urges this committee to recommend increases in state funding for the arts and arts education. If there's any assistance which this body can provide the committee as it continues to study this issue, please do not hesitate to call upon us. Our addresses and email contacts are provided below. Thank you very much.
Thank you. When you said Gail, it made a lot more sense than I read stuff.
That's one question.
Yes.
You struck a chord when you said that Oregon spends more than we do.
This was compiled by our chair, and I don't have that statistic, and it may not be current data. The other experts in the room know better than I.
I guess the issue is the numbers in terms of where they come from. It could be debt instruments or whatever it might be, that or some guarantee of debt for buildings or whatever it might be. But at least on this blue sheet that I've got, it says that Oregon gave $634,000 to the arts, which is
that may be
half,
bad information.
On a percentage basis, half what Georgia gives.
Then that may be bad information, and I'm sorry if that's the case.
The problem I'm trying to point out is that there are some...
If I could clarify, that sheet is the state appropriation only. It's not the money. Oregon has a trust fund, and so the trust fund monies are not on that sheet.
Well, where's the money for the trust fund from?
It depends on how the trust, it's different, each one is
Well, the
different.
appropriation is still $634,000.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like copies of this?
Help me with how your group relates to the Fulton County Arts.
We are a grant recipient, actually.
And how much money do you get from them every year?
$7,280 for a single program. It's project-based. And the county is they are revamping how they distribute monies to municipalities, so we're kind of slightly in a limbo mode right now. It may change how they appropriate funds to the city of Roswell, but right now it's project-based, so those dollars support a single project.
That all has to do with the municipalization of Fulton County?
You know, I think they actually started thinking in those terms before this outbreak of new cities occurred, actually.
Thank you.
I refer to it as a celebration of new cities.
The celebration of new cities. I like that.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, did you say, Kathy, what was your question? I can't remember.
My question was their relationship to Fulton County and its arts funding.
And they gave you $7,800?
$7,280
for an average.
For a single project, and in this
example of a single project.
It supports our Roswell Kaleidoscope International Festival.
Okay.
It has.
What would that be spent on? I don't know.
I'm happy to tell you. That festival.
Security, cleanup, maintenance, all that sort of stuff.
No, the majority of those dollars pay performers.
Performers.
Mm-hmm. We bring in artists to perform. It's an outdoor festival that includes arts and crafts vendors, international food vendors, civic organizations, and live performance. So the bulk of that money is spent on paying for the live performance. A large portion of it is also spent on marketing the event to get participation in the event.
So it's like the Norcross Festival where they would have performers on stage.
That's correct.
Doing bluegrass or something like that, and then all the other vendors.
Only doing Indian dance and Irish dancing. It's all international in this case, representing the rich diversity of ethnic cultures in Roswell, Georgia.
The Roswell Cultural Arts Organization is an umbrella organization of the arts organizations in Roswell, or do you stand,
No, they're structured in many different ways in many different places. Our board is simply that. It is a board. It is not a freestanding nonprofit. They are appointed by the mayor and council, and their role is advisory to the mayor and council. It is not a membership entity. We did just put in place a new structure, if you will, or a new opportunity for our arts organizations to come together and convene and sort of develop themselves in terms of their visibility in the community. And we're calling it the Arts and Culture Roundtable. But it's not a paid membership sort of thing. Many communities have freestanding arts councils that do in fact have members, but we are housed within the government, so our board is a board of appointed volunteers and no members, no organization members.
All politics is local. Tell me what we do in Atlanta.
There is no board in Atlanta. There's a Bureau of Cultural Affairs within the city of Atlanta government. As being unable to apply for their funding, I'm not as intimately familiar anymore. I used to work for the city of Atlanta ages ago, but it's been it's been a while. But I was wearing my preservation hat back in those days. So I'm not sure how they manage their funding. Someone else can probably answer that. But in Fulton County, it's a board, but they just grant. It again is not a freestanding nonprofit. You don't pay to be a member of the organization if you're an arts organization. But like in Gainesville, Georgia, correct? It's a council. Arts organizations pay.
What's your question?
Well, do you grant money?
We do not. But that's what I referred to is something that we're studying to develop our own local contracts for services program in Roswell. We do not grant money currently.
If I may.
Please do.
A large number of cities and counties in the state of Georgia actually have grant, just like Georgia Council for the Arts does. The city of Atlanta offers grants to those arts organizations that are in their boundaries, as does Fulton County. As does Georgia Council for the Arts. In fact, you might be interested to know that Fulton County gives its arts arm more money than the state gives the state arts arm. The state also re-grants, and we give money to other city and county arts organizations to re-grant for us. Because there are restrictions in the Georgia Constitution, we can only give to established nonprofit 501c3s. There are lots of arts organizations that are not incorporated, and as there are in Roswell, and that's why this group is thinking about doing some re-granting so that they can offer assistance to what we call emerging arts groups. But we can't give the money, prohibited by the Constitution. Did that answer your question?
So do these emerging arts organizations, do they go through your granting process?
No, they don't go through Georgia Councils for the Arts granting process. They go through our clients' granting process.
So how do you decide how much money to give to the folks who are going to do the re-grants?
That was defined by legislative action in 1992. It's a separate program called Grassroots Arts Program, and it established a set amount of money and defined the formula for distribution of that. It's called the GAP program, and the Senate is currently studying it.
Legislative Council, if we might get a copy of that, I'd be very interested in taking a look at it.
Done by executive order.
And we can't get those funds because they go to Fulton County.
That's right.
So the city of Roswell currently, we asked and learned that we could not obtain any money currently from the state to re-grant within our community.
That legislation does that?
Yeah, we can only distribute to one entity within a geographic area.
So you can't distribute to the city of Atlanta either?
No, we do distribute to this.
How can you do Atlanta
Yes,
if you
Atlanta.
do Roswell?
No, Atlanta, you're right, we don't. Atlanta is not a GAP agency, it's Fulton County. Now, they could compete with Fulton County to get that grant,
And we
but they
don't
would
want
have
to
to
do
serve all of Fulton County.
that. And we don't want to do that.
So, Ms. Thomas, thank you for your comments. Do you, therefore, based upon those comments, you have probably never requested funding for any award for from the Georgia Council for the Arts?
Our agency has not to date, and primarily for a lot of the same reasons Susan cited to you, for reasons that they don't, for the NEA grants, lack of local match, lack of staff time to deal with the application process and the paperwork. Many of these local groups in Roswell either aren't eligible or have the same issues. Many of them are purely volunteer driven with no paid staff. And it's too cumbersome.
You say it's too cumbersome?
Without paid staff.
Okay.
I mean, as volunteers.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and I envy you have a mayor who has his own theatrical costumes. Though he is my dear friend. Jerry could put on he could put anything. No, the cape for sure. The tennis shoes wouldn't work in the rain, but that's for sure. You all are welcome to ask any questions if you want. Okay.
In my ears.
I am.
Turn one of those off.
They're all off. Oh, that reminds me of Ann Mueller. Let's see, Bill Gentilak. Thanks, Bill. I met you so early in the morning, I've forgotten this.
Still ringing.
It's nice to be here today amongst all these true believers. And what you clearly have heard during the day is that the state is clearly in the arts business, whether it's in the funding business or in the collection business. And I would like to address you as a public art advocate as to one of the collections that you do have responsibility for. You've heard Susan and Kathleen both talk about the visual art collection, which was accumulated through some 20 years, and it is now toured through the state through a loan program that Susan initiated. It's also going to be on this new website, which we're all excited about. The other collection that you have is one that you probably see more than most people because it's here on the grounds. It's the outdoor sculpture and monuments. Here on the Capitol grounds, it include Miss Freedom, the Statue of Liberty. Miss Freedom, of course, is on the top of the building. And all of the former distinguished leaders of our wonderful state. And if I were going to point out one particular sculpture that you may not have noted as being significant, and this is particularly for Ms. Ash, is the seated figure of Governor Joe Brown's wife. That is unique in this country. There's no other example of that extent that I've been able to find. Now, besides those here on the Capitol grounds, Stone Mountain has one of the largest outdoor sculptures in this country, larger than Rushmore. And that's under your jurisdiction through the Stone Mountain Park rental process. The other outdoor sculpture collection is one where you were at your last meeting in Savannah. As you know, our founder, General Oglethorpe, is one of those statues there. And that monument to General Oglethorpe was by Samuel Spencer, who then has done was done by the artist who did the one of Samuel Spencer, who was Southern Railroad, as well as the Lincoln and the Lincoln Memorial. But in Savannah, you also have the statue of John Wesley, the Waving Girl, the Bird Girl, the Olympic torch from the Olympics. Plus, you have my favorite is the Spanish-American soldier that's out near where the Art Center is in Savannah. Being of a family that was native to Savannah, I guess I learned early on how important outdoor sculpture and the green spaces were, and that's my particular interest. In 2002, I initiated a collaboration, public-private partnership with the Georgia Council for the Arts that led to the training program up in Gainesville at the Cultural Arts Center up there, and the publication of a book called Starting a Public Art Program in Your Community, which my organization funded and was distributed through the Georgia Council for the Arts through all of their donees. In the success of that program, I became interested in the other possibilities that those kinds of programs could lead to, and have seen the series of temporary installations that have resulted from that. Even though people don't have the money to do permanent public art, there have been temporary installations in Douglasville, Macon, Monroe, Dalton, and of course we're all familiar with the Colquitt Murals program, in which they've revitalized their downtown with that. And the temporary public art and public art itself can be found being implemented through the Livable Cities program, the Main Street program, through your CVBs who fund some of these kinds of programs. Following up the training session, we did a presentation to the Arts and Humanities Committee of the House in 2003, in which I suggested an amendment to the existing Art and Public Buildings program. That committee was shortly thereafter, I believe early 2004, with the new administration, was declared defunct. So essentially what I am proposing to you in the materials is there is an existing art and state building program, and it recognizes, I'm quoting from the statute, it recognizes that other states have enacted legislation requiring the expenditure of 1% of funds allocated for the construction of state buildings for works of art in such buildings. There is no allocation in this legislation. So the only public art that the state has funded or had donated is a monument in Perry, Georgia, to sharecroppers, and there's been the Vietnam-era guide dog that's on the northwest corner of MLK and Cortland down here by the Capitol. What I'm proposing, which the statute itself as it exists, is 8-5-1. It's the Art and State Buildings Program. The provision that lacks funding is 8-5-2. And Exhibit 2 is a provision that Legislative Council was glad to see, that is a proposal that is legislation that you could recommend and adopt that would provide an appropriation for the original construction of a state building which provides public access shall include an amount of up to 1% of the total appropriation for the construction of the building, not to exceed $500,000 to be used for the acquisition of works of art. So what we do is we take an existing scheme that's already in place, but it's an unfunded mandate in essence, and what you do to raise the level for every state building and university building is you enact this amendment, which then would bring public art, that's the most accessible form of art, into our state. And I would recommend that. In the other handouts, Exhibit 3 is an example of one of the most successful programs. Again, we continually hear Florida as our sister state is the example that we need to follow. And I personally know the public art administrator who administers the state program down there, Lee Monica, and they have a wonderful program. The legislation that I have proposed to you in Exhibit 2 is based on the Florida model. Their program guide and guidelines are Exhibit 3 in these materials, and then last but not least is Exhibit 4. In Exhibit 4, the 38 states that do have public art statutes, again, we're in the bottom 10% in the country because we do not have one that's funded. Now, the benefits, because I know that everybody, when you start thinking about passing this kind of legislation, I don't want anybody here on this panel to think that I'm not in favor of increasing funding to the Georgia Council for the Arts, because I am. I believe you should raise it to the $1.15 per capita level within 3 years. But this could be passed next year, and the benefits are that the art that would be generated through the Art in Public Buildings program would be available and free to all Georgia citizens, accessible to all. It would improve our built environment as the state grows. My projections show that we will reach the $10 million population figure within 3 years. It improves Georgia's quality of life. It improves cultural tourism. The example of the tours that are given on the Secretary of State's website through the Capitol Grounds program, Savannah and Stone Mountain. It would provide employment opportunities for the arts and cultural community, which is a significant, as you have seen from the presentations before this today. It also would allow recognition of our state as one that has a percent program. As I said, we are now in the bottom 10% because we do not have one. And the 38 states that do have one is current only through 2003, and there may have been some that have added some since then. And this would require no annual appropriation to immediately increase arts funding. I would like to close by reading that public art can be the catalyst to bring a community together. It can engage citizenry, assist community development, create an environment that renews economic growth and development, and connect us as human beings. More than just a beautification effort, it can be the beginning of a renaissance of the cities of Georgia. That is from the previous director of the Georgia Council for the Arts, Betsy Baker. Thank you.
Let me just we did get a weather report for West Georgia. Any of you that need to get back there, that's why we sent Representative Butler on his way. The storm that they expected to go below the Atlanta area is coming up. They're expecting 5 to 7 inches of rain, so any of you that need to go in that direction, you may want to leave.
I'm going west, but I'm a true believer, and I'll stay.
I spent 26 years in the Navy. I respect water. I've been wet. I really appreciate it, Bill, more than you know. I was curious, too, on the statues on the grounds of the Capitol. What condition do you think they're in at this point, by and large?
They are, compared to the work that I have done over the last 10 years since the Olympics in Atlanta and with the Atlanta Public Art Collection, where we had to start from ground zero, everything from the Spanish cannons to the monuments and figures around the Capitol, they're well maintained. I believe that must be through either the grounds maintenance program
you said
or through
the Georgia Building Authority. They said earlier.
Yes. And I've had calls and questions from them before and tried to help them with issues about artist rights and stuff.
I have always thought it'd be nice to take some of those and put them out in the city, but that's just a personal.
Well, there may be parts of the city that wouldn't want either President Carter or Herman Talmadge or others, but I'm sure somebody would.
Yeah.
Your comments about a 1% add-on to the cost.
It's not an add-on. It simply takes, if you're building a building for $100, you dedicate 1% of it for the public art component of that.
Right. What's normally done? Nothing.
I'm sorry?
What's normally done? Nothing?
What is done now is nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing required.
There's nothing required.
But like the Atlanta airport had a
That is because the city of Atlanta, through legislation sponsored by Mayor Jackson back in 1977, has had a 1% public art program. Essentially, I'm recommending to you what the city and the county have. Actually, the city of Atlanta's program is now 1.5%. The county program that Chairman Lomax initiated back in 1989, I believe, was a 1% program. And as you know, those programs have both had some issues, but the trust fund in the Fulton County program now has close to $1 million in it for public art. So it's a very effective way of initiating things that don't have to have a dollar line item in your appropriation bill. You simply make it part of what you're doing already, is building buildings. And you make the buildings better. It's sort of like you're bringing the artists that you've heard talked about all day into that process in which they make those buildings better, more livable, higher quality, the whole thing. You make them part of the built environment.
I'm afraid somebody's going to think I'm sounding just like you when I ask my next question.
No, you sir.
Who makes the decision of what the public art's going to be in a building?
That is an excellent question. In every instance, there is a group of stakeholders, and that already exists in the state law. And that is, in the state law, you have a process. Like Joe Bankoff, I'm a process-oriented person, and you have a process in which the stakeholder, in other words, if it were going to be a Department of Education building, they would be the stakeholder, and they would be the one who would determine who would be the commission, whether to do an RFQ or an RFP. It all would have to go through, and is coordinated with the existing legislation through Susan's office. So this is not something where DOT is going to go build a spaghetti junction on top of some building because they think that's art. It has to go through the process where, as a stakeholder, they would go through the guidelines that would be established, example of which I've given you, very detailed. This would be an additional burden on the GCA. And I recommend funding the GCA as soon as possible, up to at least $10 million, just in case you wanted my opinion.
You do. Thank you so very much.
You're very welcome.
Next, Eric, is it Speakman?
Speak, that's correct.
Speak. You have, Eric. You were here early.
Let's do a little email, so it's all right. Thank you so much for your time today. I think it's wonderful that you're taking this time to look at the value of the arts and looking at alternative funding for it. I'm not here today to speak on the value of arts because I think we had enough people talk on that. I'm sort of here to speak on what I perceive as sort of the current situation. I am an independent facilitator and consultant that has had the pleasure of working with a lot of arts organizations ranging from small volunteer-based organizations like Georgia Philharmonic, Harmony, up to large agencies like the ballet. I also have the privilege of facilitating a partnership right now of art-supporting agencies consisting of Susan's organization, Fulton County Arts Council, City of Atlanta Office of Cultural Affairs, Bill Nygett, Lisa Kremen, and the Atlanta Convention Visitors Bureau. So had the privilege to be able to sort of see what is going on within arts organizations. Now, I'm speaking strictly from the metro Atlanta area, not for the state. But organizational development, strategic planning, mergers, acquisitions, et cetera, et cetera. And through the work, we're trying to find out how supporting arts agencies can work better together. So we wanted to ask arts organizations, what are your greatest needs? And what the greatest need that came across from all arts organizations, ranging from the Woodruff all the way down to much smaller arts agencies, was dedicated, sustainable funding that can be used for operational, unrestricted, funds that can be used for operational funding was number one. Behind that, a close second was marketing, being able to get the message out so that more people come and show up. But those were seen as the major needs of all art organizations. And you saw from the research today that sort of individuals and corporations are doing more than their fair share of supporting art. So I'm here to recommend, based on my experience, that we look at some sort of increased public funding, preferably some sort of public-private partnership option to explore. Working with these agencies, I've had a chance to explore in confidential conversations with them, a lot of different agencies around the Arts Trust Fund. And, as Joe mentioned earlier today, there are some concerns around some of the specifics of this bill, and it's still out, the question's still out there. And that's generally the feedback that I'm getting from those that I'm talking with. Again, I'm not representing all arts organizations, all leadership, just from my experience, that they, even though they have concerns with the process of developing it and some of the processes and procedures contained in the current legislation, they're generally supportive of the concept of sort of a trust fund, showing that, A, that you're going to get the money that you think it's going to happen, you're going to get the outcome that you're expecting, and that, B, also that, that more funds are going to arts organizations. It doesn't hinder arts organizations. And obviously from a lot of the questions that have been asked from all of you all and from everybody else when it comes around this trust fund, if it's a consideration that you all explore seriously, I would recommend as an outsider that you provide more opportunities, listening opportunities for individuals to get the facts on the trust fund, and also for them to express their thoughts, concerns, and desires around the current proposed legislation, and if anything you would change, to be able to address, Kathy, like those concerns that you've heard from arts organizations you've spoken to. And that's all that I have. Thank you.
Eric, thank you very, very much. Does anyone else wish to speak? Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Come on up. If you could give us your name and where you're from.
My name is Shannon Candler. I'm chair of the Georgia Museum of Art Board of Advisors. And the Georgia Museum sends greetings because it is our state museum. And I'm not certain many people in Georgia know that. I hope they do, and I hope that is one of our missions. We serve under the aegis of the university to support educational programs as well as many statewide programs to the underserved, which was addressed today. We also serve a large segment of the elderly population, which I'm now a member of it. But
I joined it 2 months ago.
Yes.
I joined it last month, yesterday. I was September 3rd.
I know. So we have a large organization there.
Yes.
So we're very excited about all the programs. We have, as many of you know, outgrown our museum and in phase 2 of our new building program for an expanded museum. So we're very excited about that. We are, at the end of the year, trying to match a grant, Woodruff grant. So we are almost there, but we need 100% participation from our board, which we almost have. So I love what Representative Ash said about the quilt syndrome, the symbol of the state. We've moved to Greene County, and it is so exciting to see what is happening in Madison, Athens, Watkinsville, Greene County, and in Columbus, which is my hometown. I'm thrilled to see what's going on at Performing Arts, and they're just opening a new cultural arts, visual arts, tremendous center there, which is state-of-the-art. But what I'm sensing is that there is a huge emphasis in the arts in the state, and that Georgia will be the epicenter of the arts. And it's just very exciting that you are taking time to, as we've all said, hear what everyone has to say. And we thank you.
Shannon, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being so patient. Well, hold on, Shannon. Kathy, ask a question.
Tell me about the sources of your funding.
We are under the provost at the university is our overseer. So we receive funds from the university.
So your state funding comes through the Board of Regents?
Right.
And what percentage of your funding is governmental and what percentage is private?
I will have to get back to you on specifics of that. I hate to quibble with that without, I should know those numbers. But, and of course we have great supporters throughout the state, private funds. And Georgia Council has helped us with, and they've helped us with our statewide programs. We thank you very much.
Okay.
How do you get the arts to folks like the chairman and this member, the older folks?
Well,
how do the arts get delivered to us?
Well, sort of like that. Actually, it's called the suitcase
So like the
exhibitions.
museums used to do.
Right.
For kids, all right.
So we have to take our show on the road, which we love because it goes throughout the state. But we are dependent on outside funds for that, and that has had to be cut back. So we are badly in need of expanding those programs throughout the state because we've had a huge cry from the schools and the underserved populations and the elderly, and we can't get those programs to them at this point because of lack of funding.
If, for instance, I represent a senior citizen home, and I'm willing to be the wheels between you and that home for having some art go visit the Palmer House, is that a possibility if there's no delivery charge?
That's a very exciting possibility. I don't know the answer to that, but I think that's I think you can answer that.
There's one problem with that idea, and that's the insurance
Okay.
of the fine artworks. You have to cover the cost of replacement in transit. It's a problem that we're facing at GCA, and it's very costly.
Then how have we done it before?
Well, you've helped us.
The museum,
The Georgia Council gave us a grant.
The museum raised the funds. With the art bus tour, Bell South paid for the insurance in their big grant to GCA to have that bus tour. It is a huge financial cost factor in touring exhibits.
But it does reach we're in great need of continuing that, hopefully. Hopefully.
Well, thank you very, very much. Does anyone else wish to speak? Come up here to the mic. That way we can get your name and get everything on tape so we can use it for our minutes.
My name is Alan Bell. I'm Executive Director of the Rome Area Council for the Arts up in Rome, Georgia, which is northwest, so depending on the weather report, how far south or north I may be headed right through it, but we'll see. Rome Area Council for the Arts is a nonprofit organization. We were established in 1976. This year we're celebrating our 30th anniversary. I've also served as the president previously of the Georgia Assembly of Community Arts Agencies, and I'm currently serving as a panelist for Georgia Council for the Arts on their Community Partners panel. First and foremost, we want to thank you for developing this committee, for holding these hearings, for your support of state arts funding throughout the year, and specifically for your appropriations for rebuilding the Roman arches in Rome, Georgia. That was an appropriation that's coming through this year, and that's very much appreciated. I'm not sure the exact, I know it's coming through the Department of Community Affairs. Okay.
Correct.
Right. Annually, Rome Area Council for the Arts raises 87.5% of our budget from private sources. Roughly 10% comes from the city. We receive 0% from the county, and roughly 2.5% from the state. We are only one of approximately 12 arts nonprofits in our area, and we are the only one that applies for grants to Georgia Council for the Arts because the application process is so difficult and the dollar amounts in proportion to the difficulty are so low. And there are a number, and in fact all but our organizations, they no longer apply to Georgia Council for the Arts for that reason. Basically, from my experience with working on the locally and on the statewide level, I believe we need more funding for Georgia Council for the Arts to increase the dollar amount of each grant. Our funding for the arts, at least on a per capita level, compares poorly with other states. Even in the South, Georgia ranks last in per capita funding. You may ask why the state would care to support the arts financially. And to me, the reason for that would be because the state cares about its priorities, and the arts can help the state meet their goals for those priorities. One of those priorities is education. The arts help improve SAT scores and graduation rates. They can also help improve truancy rates. And through improving education through the arts, that helps our students and our citizens compete with students and citizens in other states. One of the state's priorities is also economic development. The arts is an industry. The arts create businesses, they create jobs. The people in those jobs pay taxes. Those businesses also collect and pay out sales tax. So that helps the state in terms of businesses, jobs, and taxes. And also, I would suggest that you could look at small arts nonprofits as incubators for the arts industry. There are a number of people who get their career started coming out of college or graduate school who began working with nonprofit arts organizations, hone their skills, develop their concepts, and then move on to work for larger for-profit arts organizations. I would also suggest that we look at the arts as a first-tier industry in economic development language, meaning they produce new goods and other industries rely on the dollars that they generate. Another priority for the state is cultural tourism. Tourism is the second largest industry in the state of Georgia, which means, of course, it has a huge economic impact. In Rome, because we have an arts council and we're an incubator for other arts organizations, we've helped create the Rome International Film Festival, which this year had a total audience of 8,800 and brought people from numerous states throughout the country, including filmmakers from Australia and the UK. Georgia is competing for these tourism dollars and funding arts organizations that help grow our tourism industry will help Georgia compete against these other states. I also believe one of the state's priorities is community building and better citizens. The GCA chair recently, earlier this afternoon, cited the study saying that the arts help individuals become better citizens. The arts also help build communities. We just finished an event last night called the Empty Bowls Project in Rome, where we raised $5,500 in a one-night event for a group called the Hospitality House for Women. That was an instance of the arts bettering and furthering our community in a way outside of the arts, specifically through this hospitality house. We believe one of the state's priorities is quality of life. There are numerous studies that have shown that those involved in the arts live longer, are happier, and are more productive. And that includes seniors, which addresses a question you had just a little earlier. Rome Area Council for the Arts has an outreach arts program where we take performing arts, literary arts, dance, music programs out to retirement homes, senior centers, and mental health facility clients so that they can experience and be a part of the arts. Finally, I believe that one of the state's priorities is the culture of Georgia. Many look at the arts as the highest form of human expression. Our culture is represented by the arts, and therefore our culture is represented in the history of our past, the identity of our present, and the legacy of our future, and all of those are marked by the arts that are created in our time. In addition, that ties into the preservation aspect and the traditional arts, which Susan Weiner mentioned earlier. Preservation has a role for lending substance and authenticity to our culture. I believe the Georgia Arts Trust is a great idea, but we also need more annual support from the state of Georgia. Therefore, I'm asking, and I can't ask this of you directly, because the governor, I believe, controls the request for the amount of money designated to Georgia Council for the Arts. We would like for the governor to request more money for the Georgia Council for the Arts budget, and I like Bill's numbers of increasing the GCA budget of $10 million to $10 million over the next 3 years. But in addition to that, we need the legislature to support that request. Thank you.
The Georgia Assembly of Community Arts Organizations?
Arts agencies.
Arts agencies. Tell me about that. How many people belong? What do y'all do? How do you fit into this quilt?
The membership varies from between 50 to 80 organizations, depending on the year. The Georgia Assembly of Community Arts Agencies is made up of arts councils and multidisciplinary arts agencies from throughout the state of Georgia. That represents North Georgia, South Georgia, Metro Atlanta, coastal Georgia, everywhere.
Do you seek funds? Do you advocate? What do you do?
We do not advocate, and we do not seek funds. We are a networking and professional development agency. Basically, we provide opportunities for arts administrators throughout the state to meet and learn from one another. We have an annual conference that hires some of the top arts minds around the country to give presentations and provide professional development through workshops at our annual conference. We also have a website which has included resources and model documents for how to do what we do, whether it's establishing a new nonprofit, dealing with conflict of interest, creating contracts with artists, what have you.
So would your organization meet with the Georgia Council for the Arts to say, we have all these organizations that aren't applying for grants because the process is too cumbersome? How do we jointly work to fix that?
Well, actually, Georgia Council for the Arts hosted this summer a session in Gainesville where that was one of the topics that was addressed. I don't know what the conclusion was. We haven't heard of, I guess, a report from that session from GCA, but that was one of the issues addressed, was the difficulty of the application process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan, thank you very much. Anyone else? Thank you, all those of you who have been with us even the short time, but particularly all of you who stuck with us all day. We have, and I need to, Susan, get your input on this. We did the Savannah hearing. We've done the hearing here today. I think we brought in people from just about everywhere. Yeah, we were trying to do one in Columbus, but they ran into tremendous logistical difficulties with Columbus State College. I'm wondering if we don't just go from here and also ask for more written testimony and emails. I'm not sure what else we could. We've heard from so many people. I mean, you wouldn't believe the emails and the. So, I think we may be ready to go with the first draft. What do you think? It's going to take us 3 or 4 weeks to write it, but so I'm beginning to think we've heard from so many folks from. And again, when you see the stacks of emails and letters, we may do that, and that will give us a day where we could all come back together to go over that, which is what I'd like to do, because we want this. Obviously, we have to have it done by statute before the end of the year, and we want to come back with recommendations for the new session. Jan, what do you think? You were in Savannah. You've been here.
I think that sounds like fine.
I mean, I think we've heard from.
I think you've mined the best information, and a lot of people have emailed and written.
Oh, yeah.
And so, and I think you've got good testimony from a broad sector of the community. I think going through that's going to take some time.
Oh, yes.
I think coming to consensus out of what we've heard, even what we've heard today, is a really tough task. Because we've heard some very divergent testimony today.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry I wasn't in Savannah.
Oh, well, you had a good excuse.
I'm fixed.
Yes, you had a very good excuse. Nice way of putting it.
She's not a secret weapon either.
No. I know the two of you get me in so much trouble. Thank you all very, very much. We are adjourned.